Duelists of the world. A new era of 4-player card battles is coming on September 6th. Are the others friend or foe when 4 players cross paths at once? Now get ready, because the battle mode of the future is at hand. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cross Duel. Roland, prepare to open the Cross Duel competition.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Darkwing Blast has tons of new monsters, spells, and traps, and the return of Blackwings. They're back for a whirlwind of destruction with their new Blackwinged Assault Dragon. 100 new cards for decks of all kinds, including sprites, Tearlaments, Draco Slayers, and Stealthy Ninjas. Darkwing Blast!
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, now available.
Rated T for teen.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Vrain's World incoming! Let's go, I
Seize the wind, Playmaker!
I create my circuit! I set 3 monsters in the Link arrows! Link Summon! Appear! Link 3! Decode Talker!
They're coming too!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Link into the Vrains!
Campaign underway!
Duelists of the world. A new era.
Hello, duelists, and welcome back to this. This is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational live from eSpot Paris. We are very excited to be bringing you this Invitational, and here we are in our second day of the tournament. For those of you who didn't catch yesterday, 16 of the top content creators from all across Europe took part in a group stage tournament. And here we are in day 2, where basically all of these who have won those group stages are now going to be entering into an elimination top cut tournament. We're very excited to be doing this. So let me refresh you on exactly who won those group stages in yesterday's tournament. So in Group A, first place was Spieler, and second place was El Dojo de Duelista. In Group B, first place was Lithium, and second place was El Guardian Celta. Group C, first place was Pikami, and second place was Colossa. And in Group D, first place was TGS Anime, and second place was Revs Cards. A bit of a UK off in Group D there. But here's how this is going to be working. On my right, I have a jar full of the names of those who came in first place. On my left, I have a jar of the names who came in second. So what I'm going to be doing is drawing the names out of the first place jar and then trying to match those up with these. If we draw 2 people who have been part of the same group, they will not be dueling against each other. We will rearrange it so that we can have a little bit of a mix-up of these matches to bring you some fresh, interesting content. As you can see in front of me as well, the winners of these, the top 3 places out of all of these, will be winning these wonderful trophies. All 3 of them will receive them. It's going to be very exciting to see who comes out on top in this, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational. But without any more delay, I'm going to get into drawing the first place names. So, our first name that we are going to have in this tournament entering the first duel is... You can feel the suspense as I do this. The first player is... Lithium! Lithium will be in our first feature match duel. So we're going to see who the first place person is for the second feature match duel. Again, feel the tension in the room. Some of these duelists don't know who they're going to be up against. They don't know what the deck matchup's going to be like. But they're all going to find out. The second duel will be Pikami. Now let's go for our third duel. Who is our first place going to be? So we've got Lithium and Pikami across duels 1 and 2, which means a duel 3. We've got TGS Anime. And the fourth first place name that we're pulling is... Feel that suspense as we find out who the last first place one is. Well, if you've been paying attention, you'll know exactly who it is. It is, of course, Shat and Spieler. So, we have our first duelists in each of those 4 brackets, which means I have to now make my way over to this jar to pull out the second place names. So, we're going to see who our first duelist is up against and see if they were in the same group as each other. If not, then we've got ourselves a fresh duel. So the first name that we pulled was Lithium. Lithium is going to be against El Dojo de Duelista. And they were in similar groups, or we've had them in one, so they are probably going to be going into a different duel. So we will see what happens. We'll be showing you guys the rankings after we've pulled all the names, but we have ourselves another name right now. So let's go and have a look at this. The second name that we're pulling is... El Guardian Celta. So, that means we have the 2 L's that have gone in here. But now it's time to draw a third name. We're going to see who they're going to be up against in this. The third name drawn is Colossa, which means the fourth and final name will likely be our UK correspondent. And I was correct. It's Revs cards. So, those are the names we've drawn in order. And we're going to quickly throw you guys up a graphic very shortly of what is going to be happening. And you guys will see exactly what these matchups are going to be. And once we've got those decided, we will be bringing down our duelists to get these feature matches started. It's very, very exciting to be doing this. And we're so interested to see which of these duelists and their variety of decks is going to make it to that top cut. So like I said, the names that we had over here, we had Lithium, then we had Pikami, then we had TGS Anime, and then of course we had Shat and Spieler, and then out of the second place we had El Dojo de Duelista, El Guardian Celta, Colossa, and Revs cards. And there you are, you guys can see exactly who is going to be facing who, which means our first round, please welcome to the stage, Lithium and El Dojo de Duelista! Gentlemen, take your seats. Sit wherever you need. This is going to be a very, very exciting duel. Our first of the second day of coverage that we have here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational, live from the eSpot in Paris. Very, very excited to see what happens here. You guys have quickly seen that bracket, so you guys know what's going to be coming in the next rounds. But we're not going to be doing what we did yesterday. There's not going to be a secondary match featured over here. There's just going to be the one feature match for each of these rounds as they go through. We're also going to be trying to find out a third place one. After this, it'll basically be into the semi-final. Then as we get to the final, got to find out who third place is, because like I said, there's all 3 of these wonderful trophies. So it's important to find out who third place is, because whoever gets knocked out there will not be taking home one of these beautiful trophies. So without any further ado, I'm going to throw you guys over to your wonderful casters in your language wherever you're watching it, and we're going to see exactly what happens in this feature match. It's going to be very exciting. I'm very excited to kick off all of this here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational. Guys, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ed, and welcome everybody to the English broadcast of the Master Duel Invitational 2022. My name is Ibriz. I am joined by the wonderful Alberto yet again. Alberto, how you feeling?
I'm very excited, Ibris. Thank you so much, guys. Today is going to be the day we will be crowning our first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational champion. I am very excited. We have seen a lot of actions yesterday, a lot of different matches. All of our players piloted their deck at the perfection, I have to say. And today we will be starting things off with these two guys piloting Dogmatica on Lithium and on the other side Sword from El Dojo.
Yeah, and actually we are already ready to jump into that first game, and we are very lucky to be able to do that. So let's jump into that. So you mentioned day one, obviously, for both these competitors. Dojo coming in second in that group that he was in, while Lithium with the Dogmatica did manage to come out ahead of every other competitor in his group. So could you tell me a little bit about Lithium's day one in particular and how he managed to top his group?
I think Lithium yesterday showed us how powerful the Dogmatica deck is, especially because in a format like this, in which basically it's one of those unexpected decks that really played out for him and performed incredibly well, I have to say. And the strategy, putting up the White Knight of Dogmatica and the White Relic paid off a lot yesterday. And I think he only lost against Dragon Link yesterday, indeed. And it was his last match. And he lost 2-1 to the Dragon Link deck, which is always not an easy matchup.
Yeah.
But in general, I have to say, I have to give credit to Lithium for bringing up this deck to show us how powerful the deck is. And also, this is like a control deck I really like.
And conversely, I want to draw your attention to Dojo and his Sword Soul Tenyi deck, because while we haven't really seen much of the Dogmatica archetype as of recent, with the exception of the Dogmatica Punishment, which is now in the hand of Lithium or potentially on the field, Dojo with Sword Soul Tenyi, which many consider to be the deck of the Master Duel standard format at the moment.
Well, actually, I think that Sword Soul is a very interesting choice, especially because, as we saw yesterday, he was able basically to bring up on the field multiple synchro monsters. And at the same time, I think also having the addition of the Tenyi cards in the main deck, as we are seeing now with Ashuna, it is very powerful because basically you are able to put pressure on your opponent by basically link summoning the Monk of the Tenyi right away.
And talk to me a bit about that pressure and how Lithium will deal with that with the tools available to a Dogmatica player.
Well, as first of all, we're seeing that the Tenyi cards are very powerful for you to control the monsters, so you're able to put up on the field the Monkey of the Tenyi. And also, I think they're very effective on how the Sword Soul deck mechanic interacts with them. I think that having access to the Chi-Chao or the Changing in the extra deck is, I think, the key of the deck.
And just watching Dojo throughout day one of the event, we saw the kind of end field state with all of those synchro monsters. How, as Lithium, do you prevent that from happening? How do you stop these Sword Soul monsters from flooding the field?
So basically, I think that the White Knight of Dogmatica may give an advantage to Lithium, but we just saw that the Crossout is being activated on the Cold by the Grave, which is incredibly powerful. We also saw yesterday this card being activated, and we have to say that this interruption is very good in this situation.
Yeah, Crossout Designator, of course, being a core kind of component in terms of the answers available to a lot of these decks. And as you mentioned, yesterday it was one of the most popular options for dealing with some of the more difficult responses.
And
speaking of difficult responses.
Exactly. And here, speaking of which, we have the Ash Blossom being activated on the Sword Soul Emergence. But, wow.
Okay.
Well, I think that El Dojo del Duelista starting things off incredibly well, not only with the Crossout Designator, but also the Cold by the Grave on the Ash Blossom, which means that he will be able to add a Sword Soul monster with this Sword Soul Emergence from its deck. But, right, he actually forgot that after activating the Crossout Designator and designing indeed the Cold by the Grave, even if he activates the Cold by the Grave, basically will not be able to resolve. Because indeed, as you activate the Crossout Designator, actually it is a small mistake that El Dojo did. It can happen. He is on stream. This is the top 8.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate, especially when you consider that this is the most important game of his tournament so far. But that being said, doesn't seem too put off as his plays continue. How do you get back into this as El Dojo del Duelista and the Sword Soul Tenyi deck?
Well, we've just witnessed the Heavily Dragon Circle being activated, which I think is very powerful because basically allows you to put up on the field a Swordswall monster. And if Lithium might be holding, for example, an Effect Veiler or an Infinite Impermanence, that might be very impactful because El Dojo del Duelista is only left with 1 card in the hand.
So I'm going to assume that Lithium's face down is Dogmatica Punishment.
Yeah. And indeed, Lithium is considering it. As we saw yesterday, the Swordswall Tenyi deck is very good at indeed synchro summoning monsters. But in order to do that, basically, you don't only have to keep on the field your Swordswall monster, but also the token that you will be summoning with the effect. If Lithium here decides indeed to activate the Dogmatica Punishment, he will be getting rid of the Swordswall of Taie. And I think this is a correct play, because in this situation El Dojo is left with 1 card in the hand. But okay, he has the Adara. I mean,
it's something.
It's something. It will not be able to help him that much, because with this monk for sure you have something on the line. Now, yeah, he will be able to activate indeed the first Ashuna. He has a couple of plays he can make, indeed summoning the Vishuddha.
And talk to me about where El Dojo del Duelista goes from here in terms of kind of salvaging this turn 1, because you've mentioned almost completely out of cards besides the 2 now currently in the field and whatever's in his graveyard.
Well, now with the Adara effect is getting back the Ashuna that was previously banished. He's trying to find his way to deal with Lithium Dogmatic Ecclesia. Given that Lithium has 2 cards in hand, and I think, yeah, it makes sense to make the Shaman in this situation just to get rid of the Dogmatica, let's say, very easily.
Yeah, and actually Shaman of the Tenyi, not the most common card that we've seen from this deck so far this tournament. Talk to me a little bit about why that was most appropriate in this situation.
Yeah, because as we saw, basically, he was able to discard the Ashuna he previously added to bring back on the field the Swordswall of Taie, and by doing that, he will be able to activate his effect. I think, although he made a small mistake that was quite unfortunate with the Cold by the Grave being activated before, I think the Adara there is helping him very much, because now he's thinking on what to synchro summon.
And stylistically, I want to just pull our attention back to how these 2 decks match up on paper, because we mentioned how Lithium, he has kind of the slower Dogmatica kind of play, while El Dojo del Duelista, despite all of these interruptions, despite that unfortunate interaction with the Called by the Grave, still just synchro summon after summon after summon. Talk to me a bit about how the pace of the game is going to affect both of these players.
I think Lithium deck is very good at doing the control-based deck that most of our players played this weekend, but especially I think that playing against this kind of matchup is not ideal, because basically Swordswall monsters have very good attack points, and the Dogmatica monsters, we know they have around 2500 defense. And with monsters such as the Baxia or the Changying, or the Baron de Fer, for example, you are able to basically put your opponent in trouble. Still, Lithium here is trying his best to fight El Dojo del Duelista's field by getting the Maximus.
And you highlighted earlier, you kind of gave it a label, the Dogmatica deck, and you said it was fundamentally a control deck. What do you mean by control deck in this context, and how does Lithium get to that stage where he has control of the game?
Well, we saw yesterday Lithium getting rid of extra deck Monster's card from his opponent with the White Knight of the Dogmatica, which I think is a very good strategy, because basically most of the decks we have been seeing this weekend rely on the extra deck. And on the other hand, Lithium really, it just doesn't really rely on Link summoning or XYZ summoning. Instead, with the Dogmatica Punishment, for example, it gets rid of a lot of cards by sending Elder Entity NTSS or the Titanic Cloud the Ash Dragon. And I think the strategy is very powerful, also because your opponent is usually relying on his resourcing and also setting up a follow-up for the next turns that will come.
So, looking at the state of the field right now, how are you feeling as Lithium relative to the setup from El Dojo del Duelista?
I think here Lithium is trying to get rid of some El Dojo del Duelista resources. With the Maximus, he's indeed getting rid of 2 of his extra cards, and the El Dojo del Duelista will now decide 2 extra deck cards that he will be sent later on to the graveyard. Indeed, he's considering it, and we also just saw Lithium sending the Elder Entity NTSS, which is a very powerful card, because when it be sent to the graveyard from the extra deck, it basically allows you to destroy 1 card on the field.
So we mentioned the kind of pace of the game and the different play styles of both of these decks. Is there a way that Lithium wins in this turn, or are you looking to set up control to kind of guarantee your success on the next couple of turns?
I really like yesterday Lithium's strategy, because it's one of these players that really wants to control the game, rather instead than pushing enough and having, you know, like, let's say, a jumping into the game immediately. He just prefers to control the game, plays his cards, and basically he gets rid of his opponent's resources turn after turn. And I really like this strategy, honestly, and especially with the White Relic of the Dogmatica, we saw indeed a lot of times this card being summoned with the Dogmatica Macabre. And also, I think one of the key cards that has helped Lithium coming to this day 2 was for sure the Herald of the Arclight being sent for this ritual summoning. Because when the Herald of the Arclight is being sent to the graveyard from the extra deck, he gets the ritual spell cards you really need.
And now, from the perspective of El Dojo del Duelista, what do you do here? How do you deal with the fact that you're facing down what are essentially 4 monsters on the field from Lithium with no cards in your hand?
Well, basically here El Dojo del Duelista, as we were saying, is having a smile because he knows he doesn't have anything to protect the Baxia on the field. And indeed the Dogmatica being boosted by the White Relic of Dogmatica will deal him some damage, and he is left at top deck. Let's see if he can find out any of his Warswall card. He might be needing something, for example, of this Warswall of the Moye, but looks like he doesn't.
That does not look like a Sword Soul of the Moye to me.
No, not at all. Unfortunately for him, looks like this game is going for Lithium's side, which played out very well once again, we have to say. I think this strategy is paying off a lot for him this weekend, because, as mentioned, most of our players are relying on the extra deck, and he is the only one controlling the situation with this strategy.
And do you think there's a possibility we see Lithium just take the match and secure his spot in the semi-finals, or do you think there is a way for El Dojo del Duelista to come back, if not in this game, then at least in Game 2 and potentially Game 3?
Well, I'm pretty sure that he will fight very hard to come back into Game 2, so that he will have his chance into a Game 3, but we have to say that for this Game 1, we have seen enough. Lithium is sealing the game with a very impressive win in this Game 1. Very well played, Lithium. Nothing that the Dojo del Duelista could have done. Game 1 goes to Lithium.
And that was incredibly interesting to see how the Dogmatica control deck really set up and really maintained its hold on the game.
Yeah.
I asked you towards the end of that how we see El Dojo del Duelista come back. talk to me, Alberto, about how you kind of reclaim the pace of the game as this Sword Soul Tenyi player.
So basically, we saw that Zwarsol usually really relies on the Synchro Summon monsters, and especially on the Baron de Fleur. If you're able to put the Baron de Fleur on the very first turn, you're very far ahead in the game. What the Dogmatica deck of Lithium does at its best is sending extra deck cards from his opponent to the graveyard. And I think if he gets the chance to start first, we might be seeing some Synchro Summon actions, but we will soon find out our players are ready.
Soon we will, indeed, as we do see El Dojo del Duelista looking to take a game back off of Lithium.
Yeah. And now Lithium start things off with Sangan, which we also said it yesterday. I really like this card in Lithium deck.
And the Salamangre Almirage coming onto the field here. The living legacy of Turne's Salamangre deck from day one.
Yeah. What I really like about Lithium deck is that basically with Sangan you get the chance to add a lot of different cards, such as Maxi, Ash Blossom, one of the White Relic or the White Knight, and I think this is very good because basically, as you mentioned, the Almirage is always there and it's like a very good combo to start things off. You basically put on the field the Almirage, then you get rid of it, and now it will be able to summon the Dogmatic Ecclesia, the Virtuous, that we have seen a lot of times being summoning this weekend.
Yeah, and of course Lithium opening hand, having that Dogmatica Ecclesia, the Virtuous, really promising start from him. Effect Veiler, though, talk to me a little bit about what this disruption to the initial combo will mean for Lithium's setup.
Well, I think this was needed from El Dojo del Duelista. This is the situation in which you activate the Effect Veiler. You don't really want your opponent to get access to cards such as the Dogmatica Fleur-de-Lis or the Maximus, for example, or the Dogmatica Punishment. You can tell that Lithium is considering these options now that the Effect Veiler was activated.
And now you've kind of hit that hurdle as Lithium. What is your best case scenario to have that turn 1 field on lockdown?
Here Lithium, okay. He has the Ritual spell card and he gets rid of the Dogmatica Ecclesia. We have to say this is a good hand from Lithium, not the ideal start, I would say. Because of course, like the Effect Veiler was very, very powerful.
And from El Dojo del Duelista's side, are you happy that you've now forced this play? Already off to a slightly better start than the previous game.
Well, the Effect Veiler was very good, because in this situation, basically Lithium doesn't have the Dogmatica Punishment as he did in Game 1. Now he really needs to find some cards out of his deck. It will be very good to starting things off with summoning the 110, but...
Okay, we didn't quite start with a summon, but going to look for a couple more cards to really start those combos off.
Yeah, and I think starting things off with Pot of Desires is already a very good start, because basically you get to see 2 fresh cards, and here comes the Zwarsol Emergence. I'm pretty sure that Lithium doesn't have Ash Blossom, otherwise it would have activated it, of course, on the Pot of Desires.
And that Sword Soul of Tyre, of course, being added to the hand here. Is that the combo starter? Where do you see El Dojo del Duelista taking this?
Well, usually you get to search the Zwarsol of Moye. Lithium activates Maxi, but I think El Dojo, once again, activating Cross-Up Designator. Second time in our games, and this is going to be very, very good for him, because basically Lithium had, let's say, a slow start, giving that Effect Veiler was there, was able to get the Maxi with the Sangan, and was hoping, of course, that the Dojo del Duelista didn't have the Cross-Up Designator. And now we will be witnessing something that we have already seen in Game 1.
Monk of the Tenyi.
Exactly.
And then talk to me a bit about where we go with this Monk of the Tenyi, because I don't think it had the ideal path moving forward in Game 1.
Well, here we will be able to activate the White Relic of Dogmatica, so it will be take a look at El Dojo del Duelista extra deck and send 1 monster to the graveyard. Still, I think that taking a look at El Dojo del Duelista extra deck, he's playing, for example, 2 copies of SHUEISHA, so there's not being very relevant. He's playing 1 Changying.
And actually, we saw in day 1 the 2 copies of the Chijiao hitting the field at the same time.
Yeah.
There is the possibility to throw another wrench in the works of El Dojo del Duelista's plans here if you are Lithium, but this is already a much better start to the game for the Sword Soul Tenyi deck.
Yeah, and this is a very good start from El Dojo del Duelista because basically it gets rid of the Monk of the Tenyi with the Heavily Dragon Circle, and bringing up on the field the Moi. That will be very powerful because indeed he is revealing this Wurzel of Taie he previously added. So he will be able to put up a token on the field. Let's see. But I think he made another small misplay here from him. I think he underestimated actually Lithium field. I think now he summoned the Taie on the field.
Okay. Talk to me a bit about what we can now expect from El Dojo del Duelista if he's not in quite as great a position as he'd maybe hoped for.
I think once again he might have done maybe something different because basically he cannot go okay. Lithium as the Dogmatica punishment. He drew for turn, and this is very powerful because basically if he sends the Elder Entity and TSS, he will be able to get rid of both the Moye and the Taie. Unfortunately for El Dojo del Duelista, the effect value was there. Okay, he goes for the Titanic Lad, which is still fine. And Lithium, you can see that was not expecting this at all. Very good from him.
Lithium now, you have to imagine, has the onus here. He is a good way into getting control of this game and looking to maintain that through this turn. El Dojo del Duelista, tell me how he overcomes this position that he's now found himself in.
So in this situation, if El Dojo del Duelista is not holding any copy, for example, or Infinite Impermanence, he might be in trouble, because now with the Titanic Up being sent, he will be able to bring up on the field the Dogmatica Ecclesia and resolve it. And as we saw in game 1, he might be getting, for example, the Dogmatica Maximus.
Yeah, of course, Dogmatica Ecclesia the Virtuous being that really flexible combo starter for the side of Lithium and for this Dogmatica deck, really a key piece of that. And as you mentioned, the Dogmatica Maximus already in the hand, ready to be played, ready to come out on the field, and probably ready to seal the deal on this for Lithium.
Still, I think there's quite a... wow, okay, also the Harpist Feather Duster just to destroy El Dojo del Duelista set card. This is very good. Yeah, this is very good. A card we have seen quite a few times this weekend. Incredibly powerful, and this might be helping Lithium out to take some more advantage in this game. And I think that Dogmatica Punishment really played out very well. Of course, El Dojo del Duelista was not expecting it at all after the effect Vele was activating on the Dogmatica Ecclesia. Still, this game is far from over, because with the Heavily Dragon Circle now is hoping to survive.
Yeah, and it's all about survival here, but we mentioned that Lithium's deck, the Dogmatica archetype, notorious for being control heavy, but does struggle to close out the game in a quick and clean fashion. So if you're El Dojo del Duelista, what is the path back into this one?
So basically Lithium is actually considering it, because as we are saying, Lithium is doing some calculation. Most of the times he decided to go for the Dogmatica Maximus in defense position, as indeed it is a 3000 defense monster. If he goes for the attack position, I don't think he will ever find this solution to seal the game. Indeed, he goes for the most conservative play, I think this makes a lot of sense. We said it a lot of times this weekend. Lithium is a very conservative player. He wants to play his card, take control of the game turn after turn, and I think we can also see a card advantage here, given that, of course, El Dojo del Duelista is left with 2 cards in hand. And with the Dogmatica Maximus effect, now El Dojo del Duelista will send 2 extra deck cards to the graveyard, and battle phase will be declared. So, still good stuff from Lithium.
Yeah, and of course this field is a little bit intimidating to deal with, but if you're El Dojo del Duelista with the Sword Soul Tenyi deck, what is the answer? What are you looking to find here? And what are your chances of coming back in this game and in this match?
So basically El Dojo has the Ashuna in hand, and the Vishuda in hand, sorry, and also here if we really need to find something out of his deck, I'm thinking for example, it will need something such as the Infinite Impermanence, just some sort of interruptions, because otherwise we might be seeing some problems for here.
I think we have already seen some problems for him, judging by the state of the field right now. Facing down 5 monsters with none of your own, never a fun prospect. But that being said, Sword Soul Tenyi can't count it out quite yet.
Yeah, for sure, El Dojo now, okay, is starting things off with the Ashuna. So I think he might have drawn the Ashuna because he's holding the Vishuda as well. So here once again we might be seeing the Monk of the Tenyi being summoned.
And in this scenario, where does the Monk of the Tenyi end up? Assuming it is the starter to what is going to be a long and hopefully for El Dojo del Duelista very successful combo, where does this Monk of the Tenyi lead us?
The issue here is that the White Relic of Dogmatica is on the field,
Mm-hmm.
and indeed, as the Monk of Tenyi is being summoned, now Lithium gets rid of the second copy of the Chichao in El Dojo del Duelista extra deck. Now he's going for the Vishuda. It's really hard because basically here he might be going once again for the Shaman of the Tenyi.
Yeah.
But, okay, he goes for the Heavily Dragon Seal card from the graveyard, getting the Adara to his end. I'm still wondering what is Dojo del Duelista's plan. Because as you mentioned, Lithium is actually controlling out the game very well.
I am curious as to what that final card in Lithium's hand is as well.
Yeah, yeah. He's maybe holding something such as
We see a summon from the extra deck. Synchro level 8.
yeah. Yeah, I think Baxia makes sense.
And where do we go from here?
Yeah, Lithium has the Fleur de Lis in hand. So basically, he has another interruption.
Mm-hmm.
I think it will make sense if Lithium goes with the Fleur de Lis in this situation. He is considering it. Yeah, you can tell Lithium is actually considering if activating the Fleur de Lis or not. I mean, it will make sense to negate the Baxia, because from there on... Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, I think this is the right play to make. Yeah, I think it is well played, because it will be negating the Baxia from his opponent.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, now El Dojo is basically left with the Adara activation in the graveyard, getting back the Ashuna to his hand. But once again, where can he go from this point on?
Yeah, you have to imagine with shutting down the Bastia there, you do have Lithium probably putting the hold on this game and just cementing his lead here. Okay.
Okay, he goes for the Adara.
Shaman of the Tenyi again trying to salvage the game for El Dojo del Duelista. Our second time seeing it this tournament, our second time seeing it this match. Is there a way out?
So he gets rid of the second part of the Sarge, which I think is correct.
Yeah, you don't know if you'll get another turn to use that.
Exactly.
Token. Synchro summon.
I'm curious to seeing what he will be summoning, because I'm pretty sure Lithium got rid of both Chi-Shao. Indeed, here comes another Baxia. He draws one card from the Moye, being Synchro Summon, and sent to the graveyard. Yeah, I mean, he enters battle phase and he will get rid of the 2 Dogmatic Ecclesia.
Yep.
He just deals some damage, but we have to remember that they cannot be destroyed by battle. End phase. Play is back to Lithium, as we saw. I think it was well played by Lithium, who got rid of the 2 copies of the Chi-Chao in El Dojo del Duelista's extra deck. And overall, once again, we have to mention how powerful the Dogmatic punishment was.
Yeah, and I think this is just a particularly difficult matchup for the Sword Soul Tenyi deck as well, because, as you mentioned, getting rid of that kind of centerpiece of the Chi-Shao, it is the eventual final step towards the Sword Soul Supreme Sovereign Cheng Ying.
Yeah.
And removing that from the equation entirely has really put El Dojo del Duelista in a very uncomfortable position in this game.
Exactly. We have seen this before. The more Lithium gets rid of his opponent resources from the extra deck, the more he is able basically to push enough and control the game. Because now El Dojo del Duelista is left with very few cards in his extra deck, and the one he has left are not the most powerful one, basically.
What is a Sword Soul Tenyi deck without an extra deck, Alberto?
Exactly. That's the point. And once you get rid of all these cards, it basically gets very, very complicated, especially because now Lithium, he outdrew the Nadir Servant, which is very powerful.
And Nadir Servant, what does it let Lithium do here?
Well, in this situation now, Lithium, I think, could also be considering making some calculation. Because now he's getting the White Knight of Dogmatica, which now with he will get banished from the graveyard. The fusion summon is just sent, gets rid of the Baxia, and I think if he now makes some calculation, I think this might be enough, because
there is 7,500 points of attack points on the field right now for Lithium.
Yeah. This is enough, right?
That is more than enough, assuming that this Balshia does indeed fall here.
Lithium is entering battle phase. He activates the Fleur de Lis against 500 attack. 2000, very well played by Lithium, who wins 2-0 and advances into the top 4.
And Lithium is our first semi-finalist here at the Master Duel Invitational 2022. Well played to him. The Dogmatic
so
deck
that means
does
that
triumph.
your winner of
Ed,
the first knockout round is Lithium! Congratulations, Lithium. We're going to head on over to the interview area, as we always do after these matches, because we've got to talk to the duelists who've just won. Lithium, grab yourself a microphone. Let's have a quick chat. Stand on your little cross and let's talk about this now. How does that feel? You've now won the first round of the eliminations. You feeling good?
Yeah, it was stressy again, because again it's the first match of the day. And there was one deck that I definitely did not want to face in day 2, and it was Sword Soul. But I mean, I had some luck with the coin toss. I was able to start, and my opening hands were good. So it eventually worked out. Yeah.
It did work out. Looking at this, it was a 2-game sweep. There was a moment in game 1 where Dojo cross-out designated the Call by the Grave and then tried to Call by the Grave the Ash Blossom. So a little bit of a misplay there that sort of basically helped seal game 1 for you. Right. And then game 2, you just built a very, very big field. Dojo was trying to salvage what he could. And then because Ecclesia wasn't able to destroy anything, just dealing a little bit of damage, you had enough to just get over it all. It was actually very well played, very calm and considered. We saw you sort of had your hand on your head trying to figure out, do I have enough attack points for this? You did, and here you are.
Yeah, it's cool. No, also in the last game, I know one of the most important cards from the extra deck is SHUEISHA, so you need to get it in the graveyard, destroy it from the extra deck in the graveyard. So you don't want to give Sword Soul too many tools to establish the board with the synchro. So
well, you certainly deprived them of those, and now here you are. You're going to be moving on. It'll be interesting to see out of the next round because it's Pikami versus Revs cards.
I'm excited.
So it'll be interesting to see exactly which deck you'll be up against. But congratulations on winning that first round. We'll be seeing you in the next round coming up very, very shortly. But guys, don't go anywhere because our next feature match, which, like I said, is Pikami versus Revs cards, is just on its way.
Pikami and Revs cards, both loading up into game here. We're going to see who will go on to face Lithium in our semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to see in this match. We saw yesterday Pikami smashing the field with an impressive 3 wins and 0 losses. She went undefeated day 1, is now up against Revs cards with his Tri-Brigade deck. This is going to be a very interesting one because, as we saw, the Tri-Brigade deck is also very branded cards in it. So we saw our players this weekend smashing basically the field with a lot of different strategies. But at the same time, what I really like is that they have additions to their deck, such as the Tri-Brigade Despia deck.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious to see how Pikami does fare here with that pure branded Despia build. Especially when you consider that we have seen the branded archetype actually succeed across a variety of different decks this weekend, as you highlighted. This is the dedicated deck for that archetype, and this is our first game of the second match of our semi-finals.
Pikami starting things off with Pot of Prosperity, which is very powerful. We saw how yesterday she basically privileged the Masquerade play. What I really like about the strategy was going for the Masquerade play alongside with the Mirror Jade.
Yeah, the prioritization around that Masquerade, the Blazing Dragon, of course, with 2 of them out, it was 1,200 life points every time somebody wanted to take an action. Talk to me a little bit about this matchup, and we've seen Pikami's branded cards time and time again, both in her deck and in the decks of a couple of other competitors, but Revs cards with the Tri-Brigade. I want to hear from you how the Tri-Brigade deck deals with something as scary to deal with as the branded Despia.
So first of all, Revs cards is very familiar with this deck because he himself is playing some branded cards in his deck. On the other side, we are saying Pikami adding the Maxi out of Pot of Prosperity, which I think is very powerful because basically she will be able to put up a very impressive field, but the Maxi is there as well for Revs cards. This is very good because basically now Pikami, I'm really curious to see what she will be doing next. Because if she decides to let this Maxi resolves and continue with her special summon, from what we saw yesterday, the branded Despia deck relies a lot on special summoning monsters, but you don't really want your opponent to draw a lot of cards, right?
And actually, something of note, by the way, with Pikami's branded Despia deck is the fact that there is not a single light monster in it. So there is one less target in the extra deck that she could go for here. But again, as you highlighted earlier, it's Masquerade the Blazing Dragon that does start things off, and that does mean that Revs cards will be at a life point disadvantage from the get-go.
So this was basically the standard combo we have been witnessing yesterday. Usually Pikami went for double Masquerade alongside with the Dramaturge, and also we have to keep in mind that this combo was 8,000 life points precise.
And something I do want to highlight is with our previous match today, we saw Lithium take the victory, and Lithium tended to have the longest, most drawn-out duels with the control nature of that Dogmatica deck. Pikami, on the other hand, had so many convincing turn 1, turn 2 victories that I'm now looking to see what exactly we can get in terms of a field setup from this branded Despia deck.
I like the Revs cards activates the Infinite Permanence on the Aluber, because basically if he would have resolved the Aluber, then Lederochi would have had the branded Fusion. I think this is a good situation to activate the Infinite Impermanence, but we have to keep in mind that the Masquerade is there, so every single card activation from Red cards will cost him 600 life points.
And now Revs cards with a few cards in hand actually, thanks to that Max C. He's got what you have to imagine will be a couple of key components to his combos. Still thinking how he can deal with the field that is currently presenting itself. 3 monsters on the side of Pikami, and as you mentioned, every effect activated going to be 600 life points to the face.
Yeah. He really needs to be careful, because on one hand, he not only needs to deal with the Masquerade, but also with the Maxi Nan from Pikami. He goes with the Alberts, and he loses 600 life points, but let's see what will be up next.
Branded Fusion.
Okay. Here comes the Maxi from Pikami as well. Masquerade being summoned, but Ash Blossom being chained to Maxi. This is super powerful.
I'm actually very intrigued that Revs cards managed to get Maxi, Infinite Impermanence, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Yeah.
So many answers to what Pikami has been doing so far.
Yeah, exactly. He had all the needed answers, and what I really liked is that he basically used the Fallen of Albas effect. I really like it, because basically he got the chance to fuse with the Masquerade from Pikami, and I really like this, because by doing this he is able to put up on the field the Mirror Jet. As you correctly mentioned, we have to say that he started things off with Maxi, Impermanence and Ash Blossom. A very incredible start. And
is that enough disruption to overcome Pikami's plans for the game, do you think?
Here the Dramaturge triggers, and now the Mirror Jet as well will be activated. Let's see what Red Scars get rid of. This is a very close game, because basically both of our players started things off very well, I have to say. Pikami had a very good setup, but I think what really is paying off is the Ash Blossom on the Maxi, because Pikami's one unfortunately did not resolve, and now we get the chance to seeing the Tri-Brigade cards with the Fractal being discarded. He will discard the Nerval as well. The Nerval will activate his effect, search the Keras. Does he have a monsters to discard for the Keras? He does. Wow. What a hand from Red Scars, I have to say.
Yeah, a couple of those helped out by the Maxi, of course, in turn 1.
Yeah.
But from this point onwards, Revs cards, as you said, really, really promising for him that he's managed to start with the cards that he did. So many disruptions and the good start to his combo to boot. Really difficult prospect for Pikami to overcome this.
Exactly, because basically now it is almost impossible to stop all these plays from Red Scars unless the Pikami has...
So where do these plays go for Revs cards, assuming that there is no disruption from Pikami? What is the end goal for this field?
but you really want to put up on the field the Tri-Brigade Revolt for the next turn in order to interrupt and having the Omen later on. You don't really want to summon the Omen now. You just go for some Link summons. Now she goes for the Albion in hand, something that we haven't seen quite often. She sends the he sends the Brandiswood to the graveyard, and this plays is actually very cool because basically now he will be activating the Brandiswood, taking back the Mercurial to the hand, and then the Albion will resolve. Basically goes to the bottom of the deck, draw a card, and I think Red Scars is showing us how powerful his Tri-Brigade branded deck is.
And the thing about this matchup is, as we mentioned, Pikami is playing the full-on version of what is primarily used as a component to reinforce the win conditions of other decks. But Revs cards right now, utilizing that very same component, is currently off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, we have to give credit to him. Of course, he started things off incredibly well. I really like the way he played that out. He also now is able to summon and shuffle back one of Pikami monsters back with the Desperate Doom Eagler. And now, once again, we will be seeing Access Talker being summoned this weekend.
Hey, it took a while to show its face on day 2, yeah. Actually, speaking of this being day 2, by the way, and this, of course, being the second in our quarterfinal matchups, Revs cards, despite being in what feels like almost full control of this game, he comes in as the second seed. Pikami won her group. Pikami, heading into this, had the advantage.
Yeah, she definitely had the advantage, but Red Scars, with an impressive field, wins game 1. Very, very well played by him, I have to say. Yeah, I like the way, basically, of course, we have to say that he started things off with Maxi, Ash Blossom, and Infinite Impermanence, so the ideal end. And I think it's also worth mentioning that he started things off with Fallen of Albas getting in of the Masquerade, which was very, very important.
And I do want to highlight the fact that you mentioned the Tri-Brigade Revolt, of course, being such a key card. Didn't even need the follow-up turn to use that. Didn't need Shuraig the Ominous Omen. Just completely locked down the game from turn 1.
He had the perfect hand. Also because when he added the Keras, he needed a Beast Warrior to be discarded for the Keras. And he also had it. With that being said, basically what I really liked is that he considered the option to go for the Access Code Talker and seal the game. That's what happened. Guys, let's jump into game 2.
Can Pikami bounce back and take this victory over Revs cards to take it to a game 3? That will be the question here as we do head in to our next game. The winner of this as well will face off against Lithium in the first of our semi-finals later on in the day. So, let's see.
Well, now Lithium is just studying their opponents, and I think that this deck is very well prepared to play against both of these decks. In the meantime, let's just talk about our game 2 that we will be seeing next between our Pikami and Revs cards. I think that after going undefeated in day 1, if you're Pikami, you have to feel very confident about this, but we saw, and we mentioned it already, that the competition is very high, and our players are fighting to become our first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel champion.
I spoke with actually a lot of the players after day 1 to get some perspective on how they're feeling coming into day 2 and who they think is the most formidable opponent. And everyone highlighted Pikami's dominance with this branded Despia deck as being something that they are very much looking out for.
Yeah, yesterday I think we have seen a lot of action, and what I really like is that even though our players have, different strategy with their deck, we have seen some cards being summoned so many times, such as the Access Code Talker, which was very impactful, for example. But also we have some MVPs, I'd like to say, such as the RP's Feather Duster, which was very, very good.
I think Crossout Designator has probably overthrown that as the most impactful card of the tournament so far.
Yeah. It really made the difference, especially as we saw in our first match today.
So, yeah, day one was one thing. Our first match of the day was another. But this match in particular, very much still alive.
Yeah, it's still alive, especially because after losing game 1, if I were Pikami, I am 100% sure that she doesn't want to give up. She wants to fight to win the game 2 and then go into the game 3. I think either way, she's also super well prepared going second.
Yeah.
Because basically she has, like, her deck is very good because she also plays the super polymerization in the main deck. If you go second against a deck like Red's deck, you're also able to activate the super polymerization. And this might be very, very helpful for it.
You can essentially do what Revs cards did with the Aluba, the Jester of Despia.
Exactly.
Sorry, actually the Fallen of Albaz.
Yeah.
And you can just reverse that with the super polymerization.
Yeah, exactly.
So it'll be really
so
intriguing
basically you
to
can
see.
take advantage of your opponent with basically just one card.
Mm-hmm.
And I think overall also, if I were Red's, for how the tournament ended up yesterday with a 2-1 record,
Yeah.
I think I will be also super satisfied with how game 1 turned on. Because basically, Pikami started things off with the Maxi and the Masquerade.
Mm-hmm.
I think the responses that he had were incredible, honestly. Very spot on. Going into this game 2, he must be super confident. And but both of these players need to keep in mind that the players that they will be facing into the semifinals is Lithium with the Dogmatica deck. And I think that Lithium only lost 2-1 yesterday to the Dragon Link deck after a very, very, very hard battle.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind because we will be seeing Lithium once again. I'm very looking forward to seeing him.
I would actually just like to kind of draw our player perspective back to that of Pikami.
Yeah.
Because you've come into this as the first seed, you dominated your group on day 1. Now, heading into game 2 at a game disadvantage, how do we see this branded Despia deck come back against Revs cards?
You really want to come back into this. You want to play out your cards. You have a very good strategy. And our players are ready. Revs cards is starting things off with Fire Formation Tanky.
So I'd actually consider Pikami's turn 1 in the previous game to be pretty good. It is one of the better end field states that you'd want from any kind of deck, especially branded Despia.
Yeah.
So please talk to me about how that can be improved upon and what it is exactly that Pikami is looking for in this game.
Yeah, so as we saw, Pikami decided to activate the Ash Blossom on the Fire Formation attacking, hoping that his opponent didn't have anything else going on the line, but the rescue card was there, and from now on, if Pikami doesn't have any other sort of interruption, it will be very, very helpful for the Revs cards.
So you'd consider Revs cards turn 1 setup to be more difficult to deal with than that branded Despia start of the previous game?
Yeah, because basically he might be able to go for the Ancient Warrior's Oath that we also saw yesterday, which is very powerful.
How would that shut down Pikami's gameplay?
So basically the Ancient Warrior Oath, it is able to basically bounce back one card from your opponent's side of the field.
Okay.
And with that being said, if Red's is able to put up the Stardom combo by getting the Tri-Brigade Revolt, it also comes the Omen. As we saw, the rescue card alone does all of this. We have to remember that the Ash Blossom was activating on the Fire Formation tanking, which is something that I can understand, honestly, because if your opponent doesn't have anything else going on. Of course, the rescue card was there, but here comes the Rampage, and I think Red's is playing well because you also get the Mercurier, and from now on he will be able to activate also the Rampage, pitching the Mercurier.
Mm-hmm. Give me some of the rationale behind why we've ended up with this field looking like the way it has.
Although I have to say he had the branded fusion in end. I think
why do we go for this play instead of the Branded Fusion play?
I think maybe he wants to avoid summoning some fusion monsters on the side of the field in order to prevent super polymerization being activated. And I think this is a very smart play because basically you don't really want to risk a game in which you already have a huge advantage, because we are saying that basically Pikami doesn't have any other sort of interruption. We have to say that indeed, and I really like this, Revs is going for the Ancient Warrior's Oath, which is now being summoned, and now he gets back the Mercurial, Albion goes to the top, he gets another card. I really like this because basically now it will be another Link summon for the Anaconda.
Okay.
The Blossom will activate.
And the Anaconda gets the Branded Fusion, presumably, and then we end up...
Yeah, I think this, on one hand, now I can understand why he get rid of the Branded Fusion earlier on in the turn. He really wanted to go for the Anaconda. And now we will soon see the Mirror Jade being summoned. Here it comes. What a start from Revs, because he also gets the Tri-Brigade Revolt. What a setup.
Yeah, Revs cards having what is probably the best turn one of his tournament so far.
Yeah.
And if there ever were a time to have it, it would be in this knockout bracket.
Yeah, I mean, with this start, Revs might be holding, for example, also an Infinite Impermanence. I will not be surprised at all. Or a Cold by the Grave. Let's see what Pikami can do to face this impressive turn one from Revs.
Pikami now thinking to herself, you have to imagine that the pressure is on. This is the tournament for you.
Yeah, and
back
here
is against the wall.
Comes the super polymerization I was talking to you guys about. With the Mirror Jade being on the field, she will be able to actually activate super polymerization.
Where do you go from here? What is the next step after super polymerization?
It really depends basically on what she's holding in her hand, because now she will be able to put on the field the Dragos Tapelia.
That is, I think, the first time we've seen this card this tournament.
Yeah, I think it's very powerful, especially in the Branded Despia deck. But we have to keep in mind that in the end phase, the effect of the Mirror Jet will resolve destroying all your opponent's monster.
Why is this card powerful, Alberto?
I think this Tapelia is very good, especially while activating a super polymerization, because not only you get rid of your opponent's monster, but you put a very good interaction here. Ash Blossom on the Branded Fusion. Wow. I think that if Branded Fusion would have resolved, Revs could have been in trouble. But with this Ash Blossom being activated, honestly, we have to keep in mind that Revs is holding one Tri-Brigade Revolt, and we might be seeing also an Infinite Impermanence, for example, on his side. Ash Blossom results. Unfortunately for Pikami, oh, it's shaking her hand. Let's see
where
she does next.
Pikami go from here? What is the way back into this one? How do you keep yourself in this tournament?
This is very complicated because basically she would have extended her plays a lot if the Branded Fusion resolved. That's not the case because Revs started things off once again incredibly well. He's activated the Ancient Warrior's Oath that I really like, but here comes this Tapelia. Let's see.
And of course, as you mentioned, we do have that kind of looming threat of the Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon effect at the end of this turn, but this turn is not ending.
Here Pikami has the Branded in red.
And what does that mean?
So basically the Branded in red will be able to resolve, getting back the Ad Libitum.
Okay. And why is Ad Libitum of Despia a good option here? Where are we going with this?
So she will be able to fusion summon. In this situation, she banished the Ad Libitum and using the Dragos Tapelia once again for the Masquerade.
Even so, you have to consider Tri-Brigade Revolt. No matter how much you clear the field of Revs cards, he has that last-minute option. He has what is essentially a guaranteed Tri-Brigade Shurag, the Ominous Omen, plus everything else that is coming out of that graveyard.
Exactly, that's the point. I think that even though the Masquerade, of course, is a very, very good card in this situation, the Tri-Brigade Revolt is there. So it will be very powerful when it will be activated, but once again, let's remind that the Mirror Jade in the end phase will resolve and destroy all opponents' monsters.
Still waiting for that end phase to come, however. Pikami in the main phase 2 now, thinking about how to save this game.
She's trying to do her best, honestly, to stay in this game. Red Scars activating the Tri-Brigade Revolt. He will be able to bring back some Tri-Brigade monsters from the graveyard.
Here they come. And you have to imagine these are another Tri-Brigade Shurag, the Ominous Omen. There's one in his graveyard already.
Yes, it is.
Some formidable monsters on the side of Pikami, but still waiting for that Mirror Jade.
Exactly, but the thing is that I think she played well because basically the Stapelia got banished and then she was able to bring it back to the field. We are seeing multiple damage being inflicted to Red Scars because of Masquerade. It really needs to keep attention to this. Okay.
Infinite Impermanence. That was held for so long, waiting for the correct time.
He also had the Infinite Impermanence being set. What a start from Red Scars.
Ooh, a 6 chain. Probably the longest of the tournament so far.
Yeah. Because I thought for a moment that he would have activated only a couple of his Tri-Brigade monsters because he's left with 2400 life points. Still, he is in control of the game. The Omen will be resolving, although it was played out very well from Pikami because the Stapelia got banished and then it was brought back. Here comes the end phase. Mirror Jade will resolve, and now, as we are saying, Red Scars, can he push enough damage?
Pikami is wide open here. Can Revs Cards take this game and secure his place in the semi-finals against Lithium? Thinking about it.
So he's going for the kit. I'm considering if there's a chance he might be going for game.
Is there the potential for him to end the game this turn? How does he get 8,000 life points of damage in this single turn? Like this, apparently.
So he needs to make some calculation, but I'm pretty sure he might be having enough damage on the field because now he's going once again for the Desperate Doom Eagler. Activate its effect, shuffling back the Masquerade.
5,400 plus 700, 6,100 points of damage on the field right now. Need 1,900 more to hit that 8,000. But there appears to be a Masquerade, the Blazing Dragon, in the way. Access code Tulka.
Guess who's coming?
Guess who's going to seal the deal on this game?
Access code Tulka being summoned once again. We have seen it a lot of times this weekend in action. The Tri-Brigade will resolve, and we have to say the Red Scars started things off incredibly well. Not only with the Ash Blossom being activating on the Branded Fusion, but also the Impermanence was there to negate the Dragon Stapelia. And now, Pikami knows that this Access Code Token will be enough to seal the game.
Revs Cards joining Lithium in the semi-finals.
Battle phase.
build the battle phase.
And Revs Cards takes this win incredibly with a 2-0 victory over Pikami.
Over to Ed with Revs Cards for an interview.
And your winner of that round is Revs Cards! Moving in to the next round. Congratulations, commiserations, Pikami. All right, we're going to go over here and have ourselves a quick little chat about that game because that was a hell of a duel. Grab yourself that mic, stand on our little cross, and we'll have a quick talk. That was, well, I can tell you that the commentators referred to that as the greatest turn one in the entire tournament during one of your games.
I had everything. Yeah, it was a crazy game, just all round. I watched some of my matches back yesterday. Very suboptimal plays. So game face on, new day. Great game. Great game.
It was a great game. So let's go through some of that happened. There was a strong field from Pikami at the start in game one. Masquerade, Aluba, Dramaturge. That's very intimidating, but you managed to play around that. The branded fusion away Masquerade for the Mirror Jade. You got the Max C out, and then you managed to ash her Max C as well.
Yep.
Then you just built that huge field into the access code talker, taking game one. So what was going through your mind at that point? You have to remain quite composed in a quarter-final, so how are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of in the zone for the first game of the day, which is very surprising. Just trying to figure out the lines, save the Ash for the Max C because I knew she added the Max C off the Prosperity. And that's it. The rest is history.
Rest is history. So then game two, you had, like I said, the commentator said it was the best turn one of the entire tournament.
Yeah.
There was that frightening moment of the Super Poly, though, from Pikami into that Draco Stapelia. But then you ashed that branded fusion. That was very good. And then the branded in red for the Masquerade. And then you use the Revolt to bring back all those monsters for the Ominous Omen. And then the Infinite Impermanence on the Draco Stapelia. The crowd went nuts when that happened. It was very exciting. And then into that access code for the sort of classic end play. So how were you feeling after that the second game sweep there?
I'm feeling good now. Up against Lithium next, I believe.
You are?
Dogmatica, very scary. We'll see how that goes. But can I just say, Rescue Cat, best card in the game. Best card in the game.
Best card in the game.
Absolutely.
Well, we'll see how you fare against Dogmatica in the next round, so congratulations again. I'll let you have some rest for a bit. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to have ourselves a little bit of a break for 15 minutes before we get into the next two quarterfinal rounds. And then after that, a little bit of a break before we get onto the semifinal. But just before I go, we're going to quickly show you guys the current standings as where they are now so that you guys can see exactly who is going to be up against who. As you guys can see, both Lithium and Revs Cards have in fact taken both of their duels in the quarterfinal and will be making their way into the semi-final. So we've got two more of those coming up after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
champions of the world. A new era of 4-player card battles is coming on September 6th. Are the others friend or foe when 4 players cross paths at once? Now get ready, because the battle mode of the future is at hand. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cross Duel. Roland, prepare to open the Cross Duel competition.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Darkwing Blast has tons of new monsters, spells, and traps, and the return of Blackwings. They're back for a whirlwind of destruction with their new Blackwinged Assault Dragon. 100 new cards for decks of all kinds, including sprites, Tearlaments, Draco Slayers, and Stealthy Ninjas. Darkwing Blast!
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, now available.
Rated T for teen.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Vrain's World incoming! Let's go!
Seize the wind, Playmaker!
I create my circuit! I set 3 monsters in the Link arrows! Link Summon! Appear! Link 3! Decode Talker!
They're coming too!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Link into the Vrains!
Campaign underway!
Welcome back, duelists, to the Master Duel Invitational, live from eSpot Paris. We've had a very exciting couple of duels so far in the quarterfinal. We've had Lithium and Revs cards making their way into your next round of the quarterfinal. But before we get to those, we still have to go through 2 more of these. It's going to be very exciting to see what happens here, to see who's going to be heading towards those 3rd, 2nd, and 1st places to take home these amazing trophies that you've seen in front of me. So the next game that you guys have as your feature is TGS Anime versus Elgardian Celta. And this is going to be a very exciting duel once again, because we haven't seen a lot of these matchups so far in the tournament. How will heroes fare against the Umi? We'll have to see. So I'm going to hand you guys over to your guys' coverage in whatever language you're going to be watching it in. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed. I'm Ibriz, joined by Alberto here on the English coverage of the Master Duel Invitational 2022, and we're about to see the Hero deck versus the Umi Control deck, and these are some of the most distinct playstyles of decks that we've seen so far this tournament. Alberto, tell me a little bit more about your expectations for this matchup.
So I'm really looking forward to seeing this match, especially because yesterday we saw that basically TGS Anime advanced with a 3 victory and 0 losses record, smashing the field with his Drestronic Phoenix and Foster being summoned a lot of times. But on the other hand, Guardian Celta with his Umi deck showed us how powerful his deck is. Nevertheless, we're starting things off with a very good start with a Hero Lives from TGS Anime.
Yeah, Hero Lives, of course, being that instant bridge into the Elemental Hero Stratos, who then searches for another hero monster from your deck to your hand. A lot of options here for the side of TGS Anime, while Elgardian Celta, for the moment, just seems to be sitting back and watching.
Yeah. I think that this true deck strategy is overall played out and paid out very well, especially because on one hand we saw how powerful the Umi deck is, putting control on the field. With Umi being activated, you're basically able to get all your effect on the line. And especially what I really liked yesterday was not only the electric jellyfish plays, but also with the Karyushin, you're able to activate like pseudo Gozen Man.
Yeah, that Ocean Dragon Lord Karyushin, of course, very, very prominent. But at the same time, you have to consider that the Elemental Hero deck does have access to the Elemental Hero Absolute Zero, so there is some representation from the water attribute side of things.
Yep.
But yeah, speaking of that hero deck, TGS Anime opening up with a pretty convincing field so far.
Yeah, showing up very strong. Yesterday, he showed us how powerful his deck is, and I really like the way he piloted it. Basically, he showcased us how incredibly played out with the Vision Hero Trinity. We have to say that he actually was able to seal a lot of games, but here we see one of the most old-fashioned plays.
Yeah, very, very iconic Destiny draw.
Yeah.
Getting rid of the Destiny Hero Malicious, then eventually banishing that from your graveyard to summon another one from your deck. And of course get 2 cards while you're doing that.
Yeah.
Having access to the polymerization as well does bring to mind that potentially we could see that Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer as a turn 1 option. And actually I discussed with the players again, and we looked at the footage from yesterday's games, and part of the reason why Elgardian Celta found so much success with the Umi control deck in his group was that not a lot of his opponent's decks had the adequate removal to deal with the Legendary Ocean, the Umi, the other aspects in that spell and trap card zone, whereas the Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer can handily remove any problems from the field.
Yeah, and I think another cool point to mention is that we said it this weekend, playing decks that are not being expected at an event is also a very key advantage, because basically we have seen our players relying on the branded engine, which is super powerful. But as we saw yesterday, TGS Anime can put up on the field the Dark Claw, which is a very, very incredible disruption.
Yeah, Master Hero Dark Claw, of course, really ruining the opponent's plans for interacting with that graveyard. That being said, Elgardian Celta, not too much graveyard interaction there, more so control of the field, but without that time to maintain the necessary setup. TGS Anime really doing all he can before Elgardian Celta gets some control down on the field.
And here we get to see the Destroy Phoenix first getting the scene finally for our first day. What we really liked about TGS Anime yesterday was that he really knew his deck at the perfection, we have to say. And as you correctly mentioned, basically the Umi deck doesn't play a lot with the graveyard. He just has some plays with the Steel Stealth Attack Shoot, which is basically able to bring back a monster during the battle phase. I think a very good card against this deck is the Mask Hero Acid in the extra deck, which is basically able to get rid of your opponent's spell and trap cards, which we might
another
be able to see.
fusion summon this turn from TGS Anime, really embodying everything that heroes are about. What does he get now? Okay, Elemental Hero Sunrise coming through from the deck.
And this is something that we have already seen yesterday, so basically gets the Miracle Fusion on the line.
Does he go for yet another fusion summon this turn?
He might be going for another one. I think he is considering it, because sometimes you just keep the Miracle Fusion for your follow-up play the turn after.
Yeah.
Because I'm really thinking, if he goes for the Miracle Fusion now, okay, and he's going for it, I'm really curious to see where he wants to end this.
See, I don't mind too much if there can be only one gets rid of the Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, for example, because he can come back. The question I have now is, how are you preventing the 3 monsters in your field at the moment from just being taken away by Elgardian Celta and his Umi control?
It's not going to be very easy for him, because as we said, his deck is a control deck and takes time basically to get advantage from your opponent. He has very good strategy. Basically, the deck is based on Umi. Having Umi on the field is most likely, I don't want to say easy, but you have a lot of access to it, such as you have Warrior of Atlantis that basically can get you search a Legendary Ocean.
Yeah.
You have Celta Attack 2, which basically Umi while on the field. And also cards such as Pot of Prosperity.
Pot of Prosperity, fantastic in this deck, of course. We mentioned that Elgardian Celta with the Umi control doesn't really interact with the graveyard. He also doesn't really interact with the extra deck, so more than happy to send a couple of cards by way of the Banish Zone and draw something, or get Ash Blossom and Joy of Spring.
I think this is a very smart from TGS Anime. If he watched and had time to see some of our future matches yesterday, he might have seen that Elgardian Celta is main decking 3 copy of Evilly Matched, but Evilly Matched is not here, and I think activating Ash Blossom on the Power of Prosperity basically prevents your opponent from adding the Evilly Matched. And with that being said, the Legendary Ocean basically gets activated. Let's see if DJS Anime decides to...
You have to imagine he has Ocean Dragon Lord Kairyu-Shin, potentially even the Fish Sonar as well available to him.
And as we are saying, this hurts so much because, as we mentioned, the Kairyu-Shin acts as a pseudo Gozen Mage, and TGS Anime is now figuring that out. He understood that he could have activated Destroy Phoenix and Fosre on Umi.
Yeah, as soon as Legendary Ocean was played, you needed to use that quick effect.
Exactly, you really need to use the effect because basically, if this situation would have happened, and this is the case, basically he lost 2 important pieces. It's true that the Forbidden Droplet is here, but look at TGS Anime's field. This is the first time this weekend we see him only left with 1 fusion monster.
Unfortunately for Elgardian Celta, said fusion monster has 2700 attack points and therefore may not be easily dispatched by Ocean Dragonlord Kairyu-Shin or any of the other monsters in the Umi control corner.
I think this is very good from Elgardian Celta for sure. On the other hand, DJS Anime figuring out that he made a small mistake. Here comes, there can be only one, and also wow, the Kairyu-Shin's Dark Reef, incredible card, very powerful. I think we didn't have the chance to see it in action yesterday. I really like it because basically you get the chance to bring on the field 2 fresh monsters from your deck, and usually you also get the chance to summoning the Mega Fortress Whale, which we basically saw yesterday gave the win.
Yeah, the direct attack, of course, very, very formidable from that Mega Fortress Whale. Will be really interesting to see what Elgardian Celta opts to get from his deck here. Aside from the Mega Fortress Whale, we get the Doom Kraken.
Exactly. And here, I think, facing off this field from TGS Anime will be even more complicating after he started things off like that.
And if you're TGS Anime here, how do you get back into this one? After such a formidable start with 3 fusion monsters on your side of the field, where do you go from here to get some of that momentum back, Alberto?
This is not easy because basically after I realized that the Kairyu-Shin was normal summon, of course, that might hurt a lot. And here Elgardian Celta is using the Doom Kraken effect, which I really like. Basically, you negate an attack by returning a monster from your hand. And also, it is very powerful because during your opponent's battle phase, the Mega Fortress Whale can activate, and this is a quick effect. You can destroy one of your opponent, and basically it gets rid of the fusion monster, and now Mindfist 2 is being declared by TGS Anime, which sets a monster and pass back to Elgardian Celta.
Yeah, Umi control now doing exactly as it says in the name, controlling the field. Credit where credit is due. Elgardian Celta did a fantastic job of regaining control of this game, regaining control of this field.
Yeah.
And now TGS Anime definitely have to consider is on the back foot.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because with the Kairyu-Shin, he's able to bring either the Seal Stealth Attack or the Seal Stealth Attack 2. And we saw yesterday he made a lot of interactions and plays with the Seal Stealth Attack being on the field. basically banishing his own monsters that will be able to bring them back on the field. And now, look at this. He's entering battle phase, and he might be leaving TGS Anime with nothing on the field or on the hand.
This should be 3,400 points of damage straight into TGS Anime's life points, and he only has 4,000 left due to the hero lives that he committed to on turn 1. If you're TGS Anime here, though, you get the Elemental Hero Liquid Soldier. Where can you go with that? How do you get back into this game?
This is very complicated because, of course, not only he needs to deal with a Guardian Celta's field, but also there can be only one. He's basically leaving TGS Anime with very few life points. Another direct attack is being declared by the Guardian Celta, leaving TGS Anime with 600 life points. And here he will go into main phase 2, in which he will have the chance to set the Sea Stealth attack. And he ends his turn. Now, back to TGS Anime, which is really struggling.
Can TGS Anime draw here to turn the tables?
Yeah.
How do you deal with the 3 monsters currently staring you down, plus there can be only one, plus a Legendary Ocean now with the Sea Stealth attack, and yet another face down waiting. Guardian Celta in full control of this game. How does TGS Anime come back?
He really needs a miracle, and it's not a miracle fusion, honestly. But I have to say that here comes the Liquid on the field, being summoned by TGS Anime, who is actually considering if there's anything else that he might be doing to come back into this game, but it's not. He ends his turn, and we have to say that it was very unfortunate because basically he started things off with a Hero Lips, and also he was able to put up on the field 3 fusion monsters. I
mean, I'm always happy to see Destiny Hero destroy a Phoenix Enforcer on turn 1. That being said, evidently not enough, and TGS Anime firmly on the back foot here with Guardian Celta taking full control from his first turn.
Yeah, I think we have to give credit to the Guardian Celta for the way he played. Of course, if you're TGS Anime and you are not super familiar with the Umi deck, when the Legendary Ocean was activated by our Guardian Celta, he might have considered to go for the Destroy Phoenix Enforcer. Because as you said, as soon as you see Umi being activated,
you need to activate that quick effect, and you need to get rid of the Legendary Ocean.
Exactly.
Destiny Hero Destroy Phoenix Enforcer will come back in the end phase anyway. Yeah, really, really difficult situation that TGS Anime quickly found himself in. And of course, this Umi control deck, as soon as you give it the chance to take over, it absolutely will. Can he do it again, though? Guardian Celta looking to seal the deal in this 3rd quarterfinal. He wants to be our 3rd semi-finalist. He wants to advance. TGS Anime, tournament life on the line. Let's go.
Once again, TGS Anime starting things off. Here goes with the Ferris. He added from his deck, I'm pretty sure, Destiny Hero Plasma. Let's see if now he will go for a different lineup. I have to say that he will be considering for sure activating Destroy Phoenix Enforcer if he has the chance to. Now he goes for the Vion. This is something that we have already seen so far this weekend from him. I mean, the Hero deck is a super consistent deck.
By the way, I spoke to TGS Anime and he said that he would be really thrilled if he could get out Destiny Hero Plasma at least once this weekend. That being said, when it's an elimination game and your tournament is on the line, probably not the time to go for the risky play to get out Destiny Hero Plasma.
Yeah, it's basically one of these monsters that you really want to summon in a situation in which you know you can.
I mean, fundamentally, it's just a component for Destiny Hero Destroy Phoenix Enforcer at this point.
Exactly. And I think this is a very start on line from TGS Anime. We haven't seen the Halo Lights being activated this time, but still, this is super straightforward, I have to say. Nothing so special. We have seen already in this lineup being done by him. He goes for the polymerization. I think we might again be seeing a very start from game 1.
Yeah, and what is TGS Anime's goal here in terms of that end of turn 1 field? Because he had such a phenomenal start last time, as you're highlighting, but it wasn't enough. what do you change up here as TGS Anime to try and gain back some semblance of control against a fairly overwhelming Umi control deck?
So I think first of all he will. So he realized he might have made a miscalculation when the Legendary Ocean was activated, and I think he will consider to activate immediately the Destroy Phoenix Enforcer this time. I think the lineup might be the same as the previous one, basically, and I like also that he went for the Sunrise once again, because he gets to search you a Miracle Fusion.
Yeah.
And also when attack is declared with a hero monster, you can basically destroy a card on the field.
And we've spoken a lot about this from the perspective of the hero deck, but if you're Guardian Celta, actually something I noticed was that there was no disruption during his opponent's turn. He let TGS Anime build a fairly formidable field. How does Guardian Celta play out the remainder of this?
So we have to mention that Guardian Celta has a very good deck also by going second. Given that if he starts things off for sure, he's able to put up his interruptions such as the Legendary Ocean with the Karushin, for example, of the Electric Jellyfish.
Yeah.
But by going second, as I mentioned before, he's also main decking 3 Evenly Matched. And the card is incredibly powerful, because if we get the chance to see him there in action, he might be getting rid of all TGS Anime resources in just a second. Here comes another play from TGS Anime.
Yeah, extra hero Wonder Driver, of course, making an appearance here.
Yeah, I think he's going for. I will go for the Destroy Phoenix Enforcer, nevertheless. I
Miracle
think
Fusion.
he goes all in. He goes with the Miracle Fusion. I actually.
It needs to go into an elemental hero, so Absolute Zero potentially.
I'm really curious to see what.
There we go.
Yeah, there's the Absolute Zero. I think it makes sense, and then the Wonder Driver will activate and set back the polymerization that I really like, honestly. Also, the Absolute Zero is very powerful, because basically when he leaves the field, it is a pseudo hijacking. And the Wonder Driver effect also is very powerful, because now he will be able, once again, to fusion summon another monster from his extra deck using the
Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer.
Once again.
There he is. Ready now, as you mentioned, to instantly dispose of that Legendary Ocean.
Yeah. We have to mention that throughout this weekend, TGS Anime showed us how powerful the hero deck is, and also how able it is to play this deck. Although he made that small mistake in the previous game, I think he's showing us the power of this deck. Look at this impressive field from him, because now here comes the Destiny Hero Plasma. Wow. This is something that you don't get the chance to see quite often nowadays. I totally honest, it's one of the, let's say, heroes that, as you mentioned, is not always easy to summon, because it's one of the pieces for your combo, but here comes on the field, and it's also super powerful because it negates all effect of face-up monsters your opponent controls.
And now you can see our Guardian Celta thinking what to do. This is probably a pretty good start.
This is a very good start, because basically with Pot of Extravagance, he will be able to draw 2 cards really fine. The evenly matched.
Okay. So how does he overcome these 4 monsters that he's currently facing down, with the exception of hoping that he draws into evenly matched?
So, I assume he doesn't have evenly matched, because otherwise we would have seen Battle Phase being declared. He sends the Ice Barrier with the Foolish Boreal Guts to the graveyard. He's of course in trouble, because there's the Destroy Phoenix Enforcer on the field, and also the Plasma is super powerful, because basically it acts as a skill drain, but just for your opponent. And if there's the chance, if the Absolute Zero leaves the field, basically it kills your entire field of monsters.
Very
We can
difficult
tell-
prospect for Elgardian Celta to face down then, given the fact that Destiny Hero Destroy Phoenix also will
Yeah.
presumably deal with the
Yeah.
Legendary Ocean or the Umi, while all of the monsters are either having their effects negated or simply being taken out of the picture by Elemental
Yeah.
Hero Absolute Zero, as you so rightly mentioned. Where is the path back into this game for Elgardian Celta?
This is very
In his deck,
difficult.
evidently, if he hasn't
Exactly.
played evenly matched yet.
Exactly. He doesn't have evenly matched. This is getting very difficult because basically with the Ice Barrier he has back the Gameciel from his deck, a card that we also seen yesterday, and it's a very powerful one.
Yeah, Gameciel, the Sea Turtle Kaiju, of course, being that insurance policy against any monsters that have tricky immunity to destruction effects.
Yeah, it is very powerful indeed. But as we are saying, now the effect of Destiny Hero Enforcer is being activated. Now, draw phase is being declared. TGS Anime. Ooh!
Okay.
TGS Anime was lucky enough to hit There Can Be Only One, but there's another copy on the field. Incredible stuff from him. Incredible, because basically we got the chance to see TGS Anime actually getting rid of one of the set card from Elgardian Celta, but there's another There Can Be Only One.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see where we go with this one. Elgardian Celta slowly making his way back into this game. Destiny Hero Destroy Phoenix Enforcer going to make a reappearance later down the line.
Yeah, unfortunately, the thing is that he cannot bring him back because There Can Be Only One on the field. And with the Gameciel in hand, actually Elgardian Celta will be able, if he survives this turn, to give it back to TGS Anime.
Elemental Hero Stratos, as we've seen, such a good starter to the combo, but with There Can Be Only One on the field, still running Disruption. Elgardian Celta, the individual components of his combo, do a really good job of, if not locking down the field, at least inconveniencing his opponent and buying him some time to look for an answer to this Destiny Hero Plasma. What is that answer, Alberto? How do we deal with the Destiny Hero Plasma?
So basically, okay, another point of extravagance.
Okay.
Incredible stuff from Elgardian Celta. As we mentioned before, he added with the Gameciel, with the Ice Barrier, the Gameciel. And now, let's see if he finds out a way to put up a Legendary Ocean or a Steel Stat Attack Shoe acting as a Umi on the field. We will be soon
Gameciel?
seeing the Gameciel. Yes, that's the case. He gets rid of the Plasma, and I assume that he maybe found out something out of his deck that will allow him to put Umi on the field, and that's the case.
And once Umi is on the field, I assume you just special summon the Ocean Dragon Lord Karyushin from your hand?
That might be the case. We will soon find out. A Legendary Ocean is being activated. Of course, it boosts also the Gameciel on the other side of the field. Seal Self-Attack 2.
I mean, you wanted an Umi, and you got two of them.
Yeah. And also has the Fish Sonar being activated from Elgardian Celta, which now gets him the Karyushin.
And rather than special summon, you normal summon it, but it counts as a level 4 because a Legendary Ocean has reduced the level by 1. Very scary prospect to deal with, but still not quite enough attack points to deal with the Gameciel, the Sea Turtle Kaiju that you have given to TGS Anime.
We said how scary this deck can be also by going second. Wow, and there's also the Seal Stealth Attack. We have already told you that this deck, even if he goes second, it has a lot of powerful plays, I was saying, because although TGS Anime was able to get rid of one of the There Can Be Only One, there was another one on the field. And with this Seal Stealth Attack, I think that Elgardian Celta is now in control of this deck.
Infinite Impermanence does come out, however.
That Seal Stealth Attack being activated. He goes for the Impermanence, negating the Karyushin. We have to say that although TGS Anime started things off incredibly well, Elgardian Celta once again battling it out. Let's see if he can find a way to get rid of the Gamisil.
Very intriguing. What do you think comes out from this? Apparently, the Mega Fortress Whale.
And yeah, the Mega Fortress Whale in end. And now he goes for the Silstead attack. And now TGS Anime being left with Stratos in his hand. El Guardian Celta also has another set card.
And the
Plays back to
Elemental
TGS
Hero
Anime.
Stratos, of course, can start the combo, but is there any real way to finish said combo with There Can Be Only One and Ocean Dragon Lord Kairyu-Shin still on the field? We mentioned Elemental Hero Absolute Zero, definitely an option. Water Attribute as well, so not exactly the end of the world, the end of the duel, the end of the tournament for TGS Anime, but an uphill battle for him to fight from this point onwards.
We really have to give credit to him because basically he showed us how he's able to go through the hero combos, but I mean, there were 2 copies of There Can Be Only One that they're basically changed in this game, because if there would have been another one, now we might be saying something else. Destiny Hero Draw will be the draw he really needs. He's looking for something. He sets 1 and play will soon be back to El Guardian Celta.
Yeah, of course, really struggling with the lockdown that has currently presented itself on the field. El Guardian Celta, the complete control with that Umi setup, really looking to close this one out here. TGS Anime, the options are limited. Where do you see this game going now, Alberto? Is it all but finished for TGS Anime?
Yeah, it is going for sure in a Guardian Celta direction. TGS Anime drew the Ash Blossom, which is being activated on the Kairyu-Shin. Unfortunately, it's not going to make a big difference because the field is already set up, and we can see how powerful these interruptions from El Guardian Celta are. TGS Anime is left only with the Stratos and 1 set card. Okay, TGS Anime has the Infinite Impermanence being activated on the Fortress Whale, but it doesn't make very much difference.
Buy yourself a single turn extra, essentially, and judging by the draws that we've seen so far, it's a bit difficult.
Yeah, he just wants to buy himself some other turns to find a way to deal with El Guardian Celta's field, but there's also the Warrior of Atlantis.
You don't see that summoned every day.
Exactly, and with the Mega Fortress Whale effect being activated, he will be able to attack his opponent directly, and also basically he will continue to lock his opponent, because with There Can Be Only One, the Stratos will be on the field and he will be continue to be locked. So by doing that, now he'll be able to deal a lot of damage, and if TGS Anime doesn't find a way in his next turn, we might be seeing 1 last turn for TGS Anime. Will he find this card to come back into this game too?
Mega Fortress Whale coming back to the field. It is the Destiny Hero Destroy Phoenix Enforcer of this deck.
Yeah, for sure.
TGS Anime. What has he got? What can he do?
Unfortunately, he sets a card. I think he already knows that this game is going for a Guardian certain direction. He is uploading his opponent. We have seen also fair play from him. He recognizes his opponent played very well. Also, Port of Prosperity being activated from a Guardian Celta.
Really, at this point, just a formality. Just wants to guarantee that he can close this one out. There's the evenly matched we were searching for earlier.
Yeah.
At this point, complete luxury, and that's why the Electric Jellyfish is what is chosen.
And El Guardian Celta now activates the Kairyu-Shin. Once we will be entering the battle phase, we might be seeing this game going to an end.
And you have to imagine that El Guardian Celta is presenting a pretty scary matchup for the victor in our next quarterfinal series, which will come to you after El Guardian Celta wraps up this one.
Very well played by the Guardian Celta, who wins with a true swift victory over his opponent. Very well played, by the way, from TGS Anime. He showed us how powerful the hero deck is, but not over yet.
175 life points left.
Although this is not over, we thought that, but still, one last turn from TGS Anime.
I mean, we've seen hero decks make larger comebacks.
It will, sorry, it will be incredible if he finds his way to come back into this game. Will he find a way?
Okay. Yeah.
He doesn't, unfortunately.
Goes down swinging.
Yeah, he swings over the Warrior of Atlantis because...
under. Yeah. Under the Warrior of Atlantis, but yeah. Oh. Okay.
Okay. One last turn. Why not?
El Guardian Celta is like, yeah, I'm in control. I decide when the game ends.
I want to declare my attack. Let's see.
This Umi control deck, though, very pleasantly surprised with how well it has fared. We mentioned earlier that the group that it was drawn into didn't have much disruption in terms of spell and traps, and again, this matchup against CGS as well. El Guardian Celta pretty much got to do what he wanted.
Exactly. I mean, very well played by him. He got the chance to seeing double copies of There Could Be Only One and played out very well. He advanced into the top 4.
Now Ed will take him for an interview.
And your winner of the third round there is El Guardian Celta! Come with me, we'll go for a quick little chat over in this interview area. Grab yourself a microphone, stand on the cross, and I'll read through my notebook of wonders and go through some of your plays. How are you feeling after winning that?
Very good. I think the match has been really nice, and thank you to my opponent because it's been really polite. And I know that There Can Be Only One is a really disgusting card, so almost more against heroes, so this has been good.
Were you nervous going up against heroes initially?
No at all, because I knew that There Can Be Only One against heroes is you can control one monster, and if you can see at the final, I could attack to the Stratos, but I prefer attack directly because if I let the Stratos gone, maybe next can begin start Shaman again.
Both games, he set up what would be a sort of perfect hero field that you dealt with spectacularly. So, win those moments. Let's go through this. So, in game one, like I said, very convincing field to start. He didn't use the Destroy Phoenix Enforcer to negate your Legendary Ocean.
That was the point.
Did you capitalize on that moment? So, talk to us about that moment.
That was the point, because my hand was to the Camille one, the Fuse Spell, and the Kyojin, and I don't know if any more. So if he will destroy the field, I lost.
Wow, so it would have all come down to that.
Yeah.
But he didn't, so you managed to take game one. And then in the second game, again, a very, very convincing field for him. Both games he'd built, like I said, that almost near perfect field. And he didn't use the A Hero Lives that time, so he had all those life points to back him up, but it didn't matter because, like you said, There Can Only Be One, that Gamma Seal on his Plasma as well, and then you basically just locked him down for the entirety of Game 2 to take the win. So all that time, you were very confident, so was it just play by play, you were just taking it as it comes?
Slowly, because in this game is slowly, with this deck is you have to play really slowly.
You do, but that slow and steady playment has won you this third quarterfinal round, so you're going to be going up against, well, a mystery opponent because you've got the next quarterfinal coming up very soon. But congratulations.
Thank you.
Give you some time to rest so that you can see exactly what you're going to be dealing with. But, guys, don't go anywhere because we've got the final quarterfinal, final match coming up in just a second.
El Guardian Celta triumphing over TGS Anime there to secure himself a place in the semi-finals. Now that last spot in that semi-finals is about to be decided. Spieler with the branded Cyber Dragon taking on Colossa and the Spiral.
This is going to be a very interesting match. Both of our players yesterday showed us how powerful their decks are. Incredibly combo decks, very consistent, very dynamic, I'd like to say. And also, they basically showed us how they basically piloted this deck at the perfection. What I'm really curious to saying is that who will start first, because yesterday Eleonora showed us how Spiral did well. Let's jump immediately to the table to find out.
Yeah, let's indeed see who starts first here. It looks like it will be Spieler actually, the branded Cyber Dragon, starting things off.
Let's see now, because basically from what we witnessed in our last matches, our players who went undefeated yesterday, both Pikami and TGS Anime, unfortunately lost today, and Spieler is the last player remaining undefeated.
That is a very fun narrative, actually, seeing if the second place versus the undefeated players can indeed come out ahead here. Off to a very, very strong start from Spieler, though. It seems like he has every piece of that branded puzzle in his hand.
From what we saw yesterday, Spieler is playing a very interesting version of the Cyber Dragon deck with that branded cards.
I did want to speak to you about that, actually, because despite being Cyber Dragon with branded, it's felt more like a branded deck that just happens to have some Cyber Dragon components inside it. Talk to me about the kind of unique dynamic that both of these archetypes intersecting can really bring to the table for Spieler.
He has a very interesting interactions, I would like to say, because basically you can not only rely on your branded engine, basically, but you also have the Cyber Dragon ones. What Cyber Dragon cards do is basically putting a lot of damage on the field, and also what we might be seeing, that's something that we didn't see yesterday, is the power bond play.
In addition to that, actually, I do want to note that most of the Cyber Dragons are light monsters, and as such, there is the potential to see more options from the extra deck, as opposed to what we saw with Pikami earlier in the day.
Exactly. And here, very good turn from Spieler, who puts on the field the Mirror Jade, which we saw a lot of times during this weekend, causing a lot of problems.
So many fusions.
So many fusions. We have seen our players relying on fusion summon monsters a lot of times this weekend, helping them out. And here, once again, polymerization being activated. And here goes with
El
the Shadow
Winder.
And I have to say that Spieler was very lucky, because he drew the one copy of Shadow Beast, which is allowing him to putting a Shadow Winder on the field, which means that a Colossa will be able only to special summon once.
Okay.
And that being said, Air Spiral deck basically relies on a lot of special summons.
Yeah, now talk to me about how Colossa and the Spiral deck does deal with the fact that you're now essentially locked into just a single special summon per turn.
So she really needs to see, for example, the Forbidden Droplet, and she basically has it. Basically, Abstract Goblin, chaining the Forbidden Droplet on the Abstract Goblin, something that I really like. And she get also rid of the rescue being sent to the graveyard. This was the card she was looking for, because with that being said, she will be able to negate both of the cards of Spieler, who is having a laugh, as you can see. Now, does Colossa have a Spiral Quick Fix of a Spiral Resort?
Yeah, we need to see that Spiral combo really start. Chicken Game, not quite the field spell she was looking for, but it's a start. You can draw out the game a little bit, you can draw a card, you can sit back and relax while you rack up a couple of cards in your hand and wait to draw your individual combo pieces.
So she has the Magician Souls, which is very, very powerful, because she gets to send to the graveyard the Master Plan. And with the rescue that she sent earlier with the Droplet, she will be able to bring back the Master Plan. But not only that, she has Wear Off Though, and this start is incredible.
And talk to me about why it's so incredible, despite the fact that Spieler started with a similarly promising field.
So basically, Spieler started things off. I have to say, he couldn't have asked for more because he had drew the only copy of the Shadow base he's playing, and alongside that, he also was able to put Mirror Jet on the line. But Colossa, Eleonora, basically drew the Forbidden Droplet that helping her out in this combo, because basically at the moment she has the Master Plan on the field, and she will be able to activate this effect to search something out of his deck, and later on I am pretty sure that if Schattenspieler doesn't have any interruption, such as the Ash Blossom that we might have seen, Colossa might basically completely destroy his opponent.
And of course, the Spiral archetype really benefiting from the recent Forbidden Limited List changes within Master Duel, just really bringing this deck back into the forefront of people's minds as a legitimate contender to take this tournament.
And she's using the Magician Souls effect that are really like getting rid of the Chicken Game and the Assault to get two fresh cards. And another Chicken Game, this is the consistency of the Spiral deck. So basically, the more you draw, the more you add cards from your deck to your hand, the better it will be for your combo to go through.
And tell me about that combo going through. What is the combo? What is the end goal for this field for Colossa? How do we deal with Schattenspieler this turn?
So first of all, she will be able now to activate the Spiral Resort, and later on in the turn we will might likely be seeing the Spiral Sleeper being summoned on Colossa's field. The Spiral Sleeper is an incredible card because basically she will be able later on to destroy both the Winda and the Mirror Jade. Now she goes with the double Helix, but first she will activate the Master Plan that has now been sent to the graveyard. What we saw yesterday is how powerful is the Spiral Guild drone, because you get the chance to see the top 3 cards of your opponent and put them in the order you prefer. And after you do that, basically with the double Helix, you declare the first card on top of your opponent's deck, and then you resolve it.
I am quite curious to see if Schattenspieler has any kind of answer in his hand.
Looks like he doesn't, because basically now Eleonora is doing what I just said. She's activating the Assault from the graveyard, special summoning the drone. She will be able to look up at the top 3 cards of Schattenspieler's deck, and after doing that, she will be able to summon a monster with the Spiral Double Helix. As we are saying, the order of cards has changed because of the drone being summoned and activated. Ash Blossom is there. As I was mentioning to you guys, Schattenspieler was really hoping to have an Ash Blossom, and there's the Cold by the Grave from Colossa. And you can tell the Schattenspieler is not happy with this because we already know what is going to happen. Now she will be able to resolve the double helix.
So once this double helix resolves, where do we go from here? What is Colossa's end goal with these cards on the field right now?
So this will be better and better, because basically from this point on, Colossa is basically free to special summon once again the Master Plan, and from this point on, either she might be going for the combo we have seen yesterday. Basically she will be able to go for either the Gryphon, or maybe she might be going even to push enough damage this turn, because with the Sleeper she will be able to activate the effect, getting rid of the Winda and the Mirror Jade, so to put enough damage on the field. But also another interesting play that she has is going for the Tri-Gate Wizard, and by having multiple Spiral Mission Rescue to the graveyard, we might be seeing that. So we will
very interesting indeed. Let's see how this plays out for Colossa. On the other hand, Schattenspieler, what can he do here except sit back and watch?
Exactly, as you mentioned, Schattenspieler was holding correctly, I would say, the Ash Blossom, but very interesting spicing addition to Colossa's deck, the Ghost Trick cards.
Yeah, very happy to see the Ghost Trick cards, of course, because the new delightful Dwellers of Darkness solo mode is available in Master Duel right now. The accessories themed around the archetype as well look amazing, and there's even a limited time only Ghost Trick Lantern Mate available as we speak.
And here Colossa is showcasing us how powerful this deck is and how her knowledge about this deck we have to say that she is playing incredibly well. Now this Celine comes to the field.
Celine, Queen of the Master Magicians, of course. Typically you'd see it get Effect Veiler from the graveyard. Unfortunately, don't seem to see that from Colossa. Gonna probably get the Magician's Souls. And then it's a Link for... Okay, not the Magician's Souls.
Yeah,
sorry.
she also has the Master Plan that she can bring back and add another rescue.
Ah, okay, perfect.
And as mentioned before, by doing this, basically, she will be able to push enough damage. I'm pretty sure about that, because now she's going maybe for the Dragon Wizard. Oh, he has the Nightmare Unicorn coming to the field. This is, I think, the first time we see the Nightmare Unicorn being summoned this weekend, and I really like this play because she gets rid of one of the fusion monsters from Spieler. Very well played from Eleonora here, getting back the Mirror Jet to the extra deck.
So, if you're Colossa here, how do you close this game out in this turn?
So,
by going for the Nightmare Unicorn, has she kind of sealed the deal on being able to close this one out, or do the plays continue, do you think?
So, she is still missing a piece that she's holding at the moment, which is the Spiral Sleeper in her hand. A very powerful card. Basically, you can banish 3 Spiral cards from your graveyard to special summon it. And then, what I really like is that you can equip from your head the Spiral Gear Last Resort. And once the Last Resort is equipped, basically you are able to destroy cards from your opponent's side of the field without destroying any of your cards. And this means that by bringing back the double helix on the field, now Colossa just needs to calculate a little bit her next moves, because she might be having the game in her hands.
So the Celine had the spell counters removed when the effect was negated, but who needs the Celine, Queen of the Master Magicians, on the field when you have Access Code Talker in your extra deck?
Having Access Code Talker on the field, I think Eleonora, as mentioned, already knows his deck at perfection, plays her moves at heart. Incredible showcase for all of us of how powerful this deck is. Spieler, on the other hand, we have just mentioned it already. He started things off very well. With the Winda being summoned, he basically locked Eleonora, but she had the Forbidden Droplet. And now, with the Firewall Dragon summoned,
that is not one that you see every day. Talk to me about Firewall Dragon, actually, because I'm actually super intrigued to see how this fits into the game plan, the master plan.
Dragon is incredible. So basically, once one of your monsters that is linked to Firewall Dragon goes to the graveyard, you're able to special summon one monster from your hand. And also, here, the Firewall Dragon will activate his effect. I think that Eleonora is showing us how powerful her deck is. Firewall Dragon goes to activate, and as I was telling you guys, there's also another effect which is able to bounce back monsters and cards from Spieler side of the field, and Colossa takes game 1 with an impressive showcasing of the deck.
And that was turn 1. Colossa just responds to an otherwise pretty formidable setup from Spieler with a complete dismantling of the Cyber Dragon branded deck.
We can only see and upload Colossa, because basically we saw how impressive Spieler's field was. He hard drew the Shadow Beast. He was able to put the Shadow Window on the field, and alongside with that he also had the Mirror Jade. What I really liked is that basically Eleonora got to draw the Forbidden Droplet to negate both of Spieler's monster, and she showcased us the power of this deck.
And Colossa now in a very good position to close this match out and look towards that semi-finals. Spieler, though, his tournament is on the line. Can he make a comeback? Let's see. Spieler starting things off again, and again he opens up with the Frightful Patchwork.
This might be a very similar start that we saw previously in game 1. Again, I think the best line to go for, if he has, once again, the Shadow Beast, is to go for the Wind and the Mirror Jet, because if your opponent doesn't draw any copy of the Infinite Permanence or Forbidden Droplet, basically you're free to lock your opponent to special summon only one monster. There's the Ash Blossom on the branded fusion. I really like it in this situation. You have to activate it. Let's see if Schattenspieler has any other extender. He has the polymerization, which is good.
Where are we going with this polymerization?
Schattenspieler here needs to consider if he has any other plays, because basically he might be going for the Lubellion if he has the Tragedy in hand, but...
So, that setup from Schattenspieler on turn 1 of the previous game with the El Shador window was all but perfect for shutting down the Spiral deck. How do you make that more successful this time around? Because you had that ideal start, it wasn't enough. What needs to change to make things happen?
Yeah, now he's going for the Masquerade, which I think makes sense. He's going to activate the Tragedy, because most likely she will go for a double Masquerade play.
Okay.
This will make a lot of sense for me, because basically, okay, maybe he just sets one. Okay, he doesn't do anything else, he just sets 2 cards. He might have gone for the double Masquerade play. Still, having one on the field is very good. We really have to see what Colossa has.
Yeah, talk to me a bit about the expectations for the Spiral deck when it comes to dealing with both this Masquerade the Blazing Dragon and dealing with the fact that, you know, you have these 2 mysterious spell traps sitting there waiting to be activated.
Colossa really needs to be careful about the Masquerade being on the field, because basically she also has cards such as Chicken Game that she basically pays life points to draw cards. But looks like Colossa didn't draw a very good hand. Indeed, she sets monster and a spell trap card, and looks like she is going to the end phase. Unfortunately, she didn't open up very well.
And this is the most conservative turn 1 that we've seen from the Spiral deck this tournament so far.
As you mentioned, this is indeed a very, very slow start from Colossa. So far this weekend we have seen her showcasing us how powerful the deck is. But Schattenspieler now, let's see if he can find a way. Okay, he goes for the Aluber. He will add another branded fusion from his deck.
Called by the Grave.
By the Grave, okay, being activated. On the other Aluber being on the graveyard. I think this is good. Still, Eleonora really needs to find a way later on to have a follow-up play, because at the moment there is nothing else going up. Of course, the Aluber will be negated.
Or, well, we're waiting for the chain to resolve, but
yeah,
presumably, yes, the Aluber the Jester of Despia is negated. Where do you go from here as Schattenspieler now that you have this slight disruption to your sequence of plays?
Well, so basically now we can activate the Tragedy. I think that was the right play from Colossa, because she didn't have much going on. Schattenspieler activates the Tragedy, gets back the branded fusion. Let's see if Colossa might be holding another copy of Ash Blossom, for example. We will soon find out. Still, as we saw, Colossa didn't have any other interruption, looks like, and Schattenspieler is deciding what to summon with the branded fusion.
So in this situation as Schattenspieler, what are your options in terms of what you get with this branded fusion, and why are you making the decision that you are?
So basically here is going for the Lubellion, and maybe we will soon be seeing the Lubellion being activating indeed.
So why Lubellion the Searing Dragon in this scenario?
So we have to keep in mind that Colossa is left with 6,800 life points. So even if Schattenspieler doesn't seal the game in this turn, he will be able to deal some damage. And with the Masquerade being on the field, it will be enough. But the Mirror Jade indeed hits the field, and if Schattenspieler activates the Mirror Jade and gets rid of Colossa set monster, this will be 6,300 life points, which means that he's missing 500 Let's see if he finds out the way. He goes with the Frightful Patchwork, which means that he will add a polymerization.
And the edge chain, but it's, yeah, the polymerization is the very scary part of that combination. Once the Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon is off the field.
And Spieler, doing some calculation, goes for the Mirror Jade activations effect, which is correct, sending the Albion to the graveyard to get rid of Colossa's set monster. And now he enters battle phase, looks like. Exactly, and the thing is that he will leave Colossa with just few last points.
7,300.
It's enough.
It is enough.
It's enough indeed.
And Spieler evens up the game score in this match. Semi-finals still on the line for both of these players.
They're battling it out to having their chance to advance into the top 4. Spieler showed us how powerful his deck is, how well he knows this deck. There was not much going on this time for Eleonora. We just had a monster and a spell or trap card, and Spieler took advantage of it.
Yeah, when the spiral magic does happen, almost unstoppable, but when you don't draw exactly the piece of that combination that you need, very, very difficult to find any kind of semblance of the success that we saw in Game 1 for this spiral deck. But both these players looking to claim that final spot in the semi-finals, and we're looking to bring you Game 3 of that match right now.
Colossa start things off this time with the Spieler Resort. Wow. And she goes for the Magician Soul, sends the Sleeper, normal summon the Quick Fix. Let's see how quickly she's playing. Looks like Spieler doesn't have any sort of interruption, and Colossa looks like if Spieler doesn't have any interaction, Colossa will showcase us once again how powerful and how her expertise is about the Spiral deck. Very good stuff from Colossa with the Master Plan getting the Assault. We will be seeing once again the Stardom combo.
So of course this is now Colossa starting the game, so turn 1. Tell me about the end field state for the Spiral deck on turn 1, considering that you can't go for that direct attack and just win in that turn.
So what we will be seeing now is the standard lineup from Eleonora, so going later on for the double Helix and bringing on the field the Spiral Guild drone, so she will get the chance to choose what card will be on top on Spieler's deck. And yesterday we saw Colossa with the 2 lineup plays. Either she goes for the Nightmare Graven, setting the Appointer of the Red Lotus, so basically she take a look at Spieler's hand and banishes one of his cards, or she might go for another interesting play, which is the Tri-Gate Wizard, which is basically when he is linked with other 3 link monsters, basically he can negate a spell, a trap, or monster's effect.
Yeah.
Now indeed, Spieler, we can tell he's laughing because he doesn't have any sort of interruption. Colossa going for the drone, going for the rescue. We will soon see a double Helix being summoned on the field.
Yeah, and with that double Helix presumably to come, how does Spieler deal with what he is about to face off against?
We are witnessing I think all the expertise from Colossa, and Spieler is not happy with this because he already knows that Colossa, but oh wow, but Colossa actually forgot what she put on top out of the drone, and she missed with the double Helix. Wow, this is incredible because basically she got the chance to see the first 3 cards of Spieler's deck, but when it comes to activating the double Helix, you basically have to declare what is the top card of your opponent's deck. You have to call monster, spell, or trap, but she actually missed it, which means that she basically forgot what she put on top, and this is very unfortunate because she cannot resolve the double Helix. Still, although the double Helix does not resolve, she will be able to put, let's say, a weaker combo. This is very unfortunate. Maybe, you know, you are playing for your place to go to the semi-final. You can feel the tension. This is game 3. Both of our players want to advance into the top 4. Still focusing on the game. Eleonora continuing with her combo, activating the Spieler mission rescue, bringing back the master plan. Of course, the double helix would have meant a lot, but she's still on the spot.
Yeah, it's still a fairly formidable field for Colossa.
Yeah.
Where do you see it going from here? How do we have some setup to prevent Spieler from taking back control of this game?
So I think that although the double helix didn't resolve, Colossa still maintaining her composure. She don't want to make another small misplay, and I think that that double helix might have really cost her the game, but she's just, you know, staying calm, trying her best, going now for the curious. She really wants to go for the pointer of the Red Lotus. You can tell that both of our players are laughing because they know that although the double helix didn't resolve, still there's so much going on for Colossa that although the double helix didn't resolve, look at this. A lot of cards in her hand. The curious just sent their opponent of the Red Lotus. We will soon see a Nightmare Graven being summoned on the field. Quick Fix comes back, gets another big red, and we have to say that Colossa still finding her way back to this game. Although that's misplay with the double helix, we have to give credit to her because now we will soon see the
Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess, of course, coming through to run some interference on anything that Spieler attempts to do in his next turn.
Yeah.
Turn is not yet over for Colossa, however.
Now she goes to call spell and she will get the super agent on the field. Let's see now where does she wants to go for. She might be going now to link summon for the Nightwing Griffin. And indeed that's the case. She will be able to set once again the opponent of the Red Lotus who just sent with the Curious. Still, we have to say that although the double helix didn't resolve, this field is incredibly impressive because she has the negations with the Appaloosa, she has the pointer of the Red Lotus, she will soon summon the Spiral Sleeper and equip it with the Last Resort. Still, there's the field spell that will prevent, you know, all of the Spiral Monster being targeted. Let's see where Colossa wants to go for.
This is the most time we've seen Colossa take to make a single individual play so far this tournament.
Yeah. From what we have seen, she knows his deck at perfection. She showed us how powerful the Spiral deck is. But she's taking some time because she doesn't want to miss out on this. Before going for the Sleeper, she's going for the Spiral Rescue activating from the graveyard. She goes for the drone, which is interesting because now, okay, she activates another resort and now she will go search the Sleeper. Okay, the quick fix. Maybe she has already the Sleeper and the Spider Resort in hand.
How do you deal with this as Spieler?
The problem here is that Colossa will be able to activate the opponent of the Red Lotus later on. And so she will be able to see what Spieler has in his hand. Now she goes for the Tri-Gate Wizard.
And it's, of course, co-linked, so...
It is not co-linked. She needs another piece.
Yes, of course.
So here comes the Sleeper with the Last Resort.
still...
And here it's a pity that basically the double helix didn't resolve, because if she would have remembered what she would put on top, now the Tri-Gate Wizard would be calling, as you said, and she would have another interaction on the field. Still, very impressive. Appaloosa with the sleeper and the appointer of the Red Lotus. Let's see. She also has the Ash Blossom.
Yeah.
Wow. Schattenspieler is laughing. Imagine. Okay. 2 Cyber Dragons.
Ah, here's the Cyber Dragon components of the branded Cyber Dragon.
I think she might banish either the Frightful Patchwork or the Cyber Emergency.
Yeah, Cyber Emergency definitely the starter.
Okay, she goes with the Cyber Dragon Core. I'm very interested in seeing what he decides to do next. He goes for the Cyber Emergency.
Yep.
The Ash Blossom being activated without even thinking about that.
And where does Schattenspieler go from here? How do you navigate this situation now?
So Schattenspieler goes with the Frightful Patchwork, gets the Polymerization that we knows. He has 2 copies of Polymerization in his hand. The Edging Chain, another Cyber Dragon. Here it comes. I really like this because basically he gets to Fusion Summon, given that I think that the German player wants to get as much advantage as he can to shut down Colossa's field. There's still the sleeper to deal with. I really like that basically he used the Contact Fusion with the Appaloosa. Very smart play from Schattenspieler, who now enters battle phase. I think
this should go through.
This doesn't really make. Oh, he also has. She also has the droplet. Schattenspieler is laughing because Colossa also had the forbidden droplet. Schattenspieler taking 1000 damage. Now we know that Schattenspieler is left with only few cards that don't do much. Couple, 2 Polymerization. The branded in red, the Edging Chain. What Schattenspieler can do.
You have to imagine that Colossa is ready to close the book on this one.
Yeah. Sleeper activates in the end phase. Will get rid of Schattenspieler last card, and
branded
now
in red.
Eleonora just needs another monster to deal enough damage. Although there was this slight misplay from Colossa, she maintained her calm. She played her card, and now let's see if she will be able to put enough damage to advance into the top 4. She does. Big Red hits the field, will bring back the Spiral Double Helix. Quick Fix hits the field. She just needs to enter the battle phase.
And Colossa now looking to secure her place in the top 4 of this tournament, as you mentioned. Our final semi-finalist about to secure her spot.
Very well played by Colossa. That she seals the game, wins the match, 2-1 over Schattenspieler, and once again, our other player who was undefeated yesterday loses to another player. What a match.
And let's hand it over to Ed for an interview with the victorious Colossa.
And your winner of that final quarter-final round, it's Colossa! Congratulations, Colossa. Come with me over here. We'll have a quick chat about your match. Grab yourself a microphone, stand on the cross. You know the drill. First of all, congratulations, securing your place in the semi-final. How do you feel?
Great, but it was like, did you see that?
The spiral or the double helix?
Yeah.
Yes.
I had no time left, so I had to speed up. And when I saw the okay, I just clicked it, and then I realized that
we all saw the head in the hands.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this, because that was the only 3-game round that we've seen in the quarterfinals.
Really?
All the other were a 2-0 sweep. So this one was very down to the wire. We weren't entirely sure what was going to actually happen in that. In that first one, you had so many moments where you just stopped Spieler's plays. The Forbidden Droplet on the Winder and the Mirror Jade. You did the Call by the Grave on the Ashe, and you just continued the combo. You summoned Nightmare Unicorn, and you shuffled Mirror Jade back into the deck. You got the access code and Firewall Dragon out. It was just a great game one. So how were you feeling in game one?
In game one, I was like, I drew an okay hand at the very beginning, because I didn't have combo. But then I just like drew 5 just because of Chicken Game and Upstairs Goblin, and then I drew Magician Souls and Resort, and that's full combo. So I'm really, really sorry, because deck is really, really obscene, I'd say.
It was
great
great watching, absolutely, it was great watching these in game 1 and 3, watching the sort of just constant flow of cards that you were putting out in those absolutely sweeping combos, building up huge fields. That second game, though, like we talked about, you didn't quite draw into what you needed.
Yeah, I braked.
Yeah, so it was a slightly difficult start, and then Spieler just built that very powerful field and attacked for game. Were you worried at that point that that could happen in game 3, or were you confident that you have loads of options? Game 3 could go your way.
I felt like a 50-50 maybe, because that deck is like pointing on something that you can be sure of. Because when you open the hand and you see no starters, you're like, okay, this is a lose. And then, okay, when you see maybe Resort and another extender, you say, okay, then I can do my combo. But yeah, it's a bit 50-50, I'd say. I was like, no, I'm not that confident when going to... I was not confident at all when I started game 3, because I didn't think I could open with something playable. I thought I was gonna break another time, yeah.
And then game 3 obviously went first, and then, like you just mentioned, there was the slight misplay with double heat.
I'd say a huge miss.
Okay, it was a huge misplay where you clicked the monster card by accident. You just okayed on monster card.
It's because there's the timer, and so I was clicking really, really fast just to finish my combo, because, you know, it takes a lot of time.
But it didn't match in the end. You still managed to play around it despite that. So that's testament to your skill with the Spiral deck, that even though there was the big misplay, you managed to get around it. You maintained the momentum. You had Appaloosa and Griffin, and then there was the moment with Pointer of the Red Lotus and stuff. Banished the very broken. You banished the Cyber Dragons, and then that was when you Forbidden Droplet on the Mega Fleet to make it
make him crash.
That was great watching that moment. And then you just had that great field, swung in for game, and you won it. So you're in to the semi-finals, which means you are against Elgardian's Celta. So how are you feeling about going up against an Umi deck?
Really, really bad, just because that deck, I think, is underestimated, because it really has a nice plays and strong cards, because it recently received supports, and it's really good, I think.
It's very good, and there's a lot of moments of control. It just locks you out of playing. So
there can be only one.
Yeah, that's really hard to deal with. So we'll be interested to see how you fare in the semi-finals against that. But congratulations again. We will see you in a couple of duels' time. So guys, we're going to quickly show you on screen now what the current standings are looking like and what duels you're going to be seeing next. As you guys can see there, we've got Lithium versus Revs cards, and then we've got Colossa versus Elgardian Celta, all the winners of those quarterfinals. We are going to be having ourselves a quick 15-minute break, and then we're going to be straight back in with those semi-final matches before we head into that third place match and then the grand final. It's going to be very exciting. Thank you very much for watching the Master Duel Invitational so far. Stick around, there's plenty more coming.
hosts of the world. A new era of 4-player card battles is coming on September 6th. Are the others friend or foe when 4 players cross paths at once? Now get ready, because the battle mode of the future is at hand. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cross Duel. Roland, prepare to open the Cross Duel competition.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Darkwing Blast has tons of new monsters, spells, and traps, and the return of Blackwings. They're back for a whirlwind of destruction with their new Blackwinged Assault Dragon. 100 new cards for decks of all kinds, including sprites, Tearlaments, Draco Slayers, and Stealthy Ninjas. Darkwing Blast!
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, now available.
Rated T for teen.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Vrain's World incoming! Let's go, I!
Seize the wind, Playmaker!
I create my circuit! I set 3 monsters in the Link arrows! Link Summon! Appear! Link 3! Decode Talker!
They're coming too!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Link into the brains!
Campaign underway!
Welcome back, duelists, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational, live from eSpot Paris. This has been a very exciting tournament so far. 16 all the way down to 4. We've just got through of our quarterfinals, and now we're in to the semi-finals. And I'm not going to waste too much more time before we get into that feature match. Remember, we're going to have a third place tournament match as well before going into that final. So we're going to see which one of these two will be advancing into that last round. Our first feature match we have is Lithium versus Rev cards. And then after that, we have El Guardian Celta versus Colossa. Going to be very interesting to see what happens. So your first feature match of that semi-final is going to be Tri-Brigade versus Dogmatica. Going to be very interesting to see what happens there. The wonderful trophies all up for grabs. 3 out of these 4 duelists will be taking those home. So we'll see what ends up happening. So without any further ado, going to hand you over to your wonderful commentary team in whatever language you're listening to take you through this feature match. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed. I'm Ibriz, joined by Alberto yet again to bring you the first in our semi-finals.
Super excited to seeing our players in action. It will be a very interesting one. We have seen how powerful the Dogmatica deck from Lithium is, and how the disruption from being a card from extra deck to the graveyard. And also, I think the Revs card has a very good chance, because the Tri-Brigade deck, especially with branded cards, is very, very powerful. It has a lot of interruptions, a lot of different plays. Our players are ready. Let's jump into it.
Our players are ready. We're ready. Really looking forward to see how this one pans out, because you have Revs cards, as you said, with the Tri-Brigade branded. Such a fast, quick, in-your-face kind of deck versus the slow, methodical plays of Lithium and his Dogmatica.
And so basically from what we saw, during this weekend, Lithium deck is based on basically getting rid of resources out from his opponent extra deck with the White Relic, with the White Knight of Dogmatica, and I really like also that he takes his time to take control of the game, putting up a lot of monsters on the field and also getting easy access to Dogmatica punishment.
And talk to me a little bit about how Revs in particular will deal with the control aspects of this deck. When a Dogmatica punishment comes through at an inopportune moment for him, how does the Tri-Brigade deck set up and deal with it accordingly?
So basically, I really like Red Scott's deck because not only you have access to Tri-Brigade monsters and League plays, but also I think by having on the deck access to the Mirror Jade, which we saw this weekend how powerful the card is, the Mirror Jade might cause a lot of troubles to Lithium, but also if Red Scars manages somehow to put on the field the Tri-Brigade Revolt, then he will be able to special summon the Omen and get rid of another card. Now he goes for the Fractal, he will activate his effect, banish his True, and this is basically standard stuff we have seen from Red Scars. Usually you really want to go for some Link summons before setting up your field, and I think he could either way for the Ancient Warrior's Oath, which is very powerful because basically gets you access and bounce back one of your opponent card. Or if he really feels like it, he might be considering, if he has some branded engine in his hand, to going for the Mirror Jet. We will soon find out. We can tell that Red Scars is considering it, but looks like he made up his hand.
And tell me a bit about the rationale behind this decision here for Revs cards. What is his goal for the end of the turn for that setup on the field? How does the Tri-Brigade deck flourish, considering the amount of removal that is innately inside this Dogmatica build?
So basically now he went for the Bear Ram and brings back the kid from the graveyard.
Yeah. Where does this lead?
We can tell that he's thinking about it. I think playing against a deck such as Lithium's ones, it's like obliges you in a sense to play a little bit different because you're not playing against a deck that relies on the extra deck, for example, but basically really focuses on having resources on the field and playing with what you have. We can tell indeed that Red Scars is really thinking deeply about it, and now he's going for another Link summon for the Anaconda.
Okay, and this is the branded fusion play that you mentioned before. Very intrigued to see where this one does lead.
I like this. Let's see if maybe Lithium has any sort of interruption, but looks like it does not. And Red Scars will be able now to bring on the field the Mirror Jade Ice Blade Dragon once again.
And now with Mirror Jade the Ice Blade Dragon just sitting there in defense mode, we are seeing a defensive lineup come through from Revs cards. That first turn, of course, being all important to this Tri-Brigade and its setup. How will Lithium respond? Ash Blossom Joy Spring is one such response, and I'm judging by the look on your face, it comes at a puzzling time.
So this Ash Blossom really hurts so much, and I think Lithium activated it at the right spot. I have to say that he really considered his option, and I think this was very well played by Lithium in this situation. Still, he really needs to get and take care of the Mirror Jade on the field. Let's find out what Lithium can do.
Thinking through his options here, of course, with the Dogmatica deck. Does he open with Dogmatica Ecclesia the Virtuous yet again? Or are we finally seeing Lithium on the back foot for what feels like the first time in a very long time?
And Lithium starts things off with Sangan, and once again we saw how powerful Sangan is. If this Sangan will go through, Lithium will be able to go for the Almirage.
Yep. And after the Salamangreat Almirage, where does that then lead?
I might be actually afraid exactly that the Mirror Jet here needs to be activated on the Sangan, because otherwise, if you let your opponent go for it, it will basically be able to search for a monster from his deck.
And we've previously seen Lithium go for the Max C, but perhaps we see something else.
Yeah, and indeed here Red Scars activates the Mirror Jade, which I think is the correct play. You basically get rid of the Sangan, and also Lithium really needs to start things off with something on the field. Ooh, but there's, I think, one of the best cards, but there's the Ash Blossom. Wow. Last cards in Red Scars hand was the Ash Blossom, and indeed you can tell the Lithium is not happy with that, because Nadir Sandman was really what he was looking for, honestly. That might have been devastating, but he also has the Dogmatic Collision. There comes the Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, Revs cards just having answer after answer here. Lithium, the Dogmatica control is getting controlled right now. Very, very difficult prospect for him to deal with here. How does Lithium recover Alberto?
So here it's true that Red Scars is left with the Mirror Jade, but Mirror Jade itself alone creates a lot of trouble. Lithium unfortunately was stopped by both Ash Blossom and Infinite Impermanence. He's going to have troubles now. He's considering what his next move might be. He sets one, and play is back to Red Scars, which is now able to special sub one Tri-Brigade monsters of Fallen of Albast in the end phase. Let's see what he decides to do. Okay, he searches for the Tri-Brigade kit.
And where does Revs cards go from here, do you think?
First of all, I'm not a fan of summoning the Mirror Jade in the extra monster zone, because basically now if you really want to summon the Tri-Brigade monster, for example, you will not be able to link summon because your extra monster zone is locked. So you might have considered to summon the Mirror Jade in a different zone, for example.
Yeah, the main monster zones, of course, being currently empty.
Exactly, because as we can see, he added the Tri-Brigade kit previously, but he cannot go for a link summon because the Mirror Jade is actually occupying the zone. He entered the battle phase, but as we know, the Dogmatic Collision cannot be destroyed. Now Lithium really needs to find something out of his deck. Still, the Mirror Jade is on the field. It's not going to be easy for Lithium to find his way, and indeed the Dogmatic Collision goes to defense mode, sets one, and passes to Red Scars.
Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, of course. Very, very high on the utility front. Just super, super good at removing anything problematic from the field.
He sets the Brandy Sword, which I think is also very useful in this situation, because he might be able to put a token of 2500 attack, and this is the case. Let's see if Lithium answers. I think this is something that we have never seen, honestly.
And what could Lithium answer with?
Yeah, exactly. I think this is something that we have never seen, basically. Red Scars is going to attack and enter battle phase to seal this game one. Will this be enough for Lithium? Has any other answer to this?
2 face down spell trap cards. What are they? We won't find out quite yet, but maybe we do.
He might be holding a Dogmatica Punishment.
Okay, yeah, that would be good. Now would be the time to play it.
Yeah, exactly. He's considering his options. Let's see. He has the Dogmatica Punishment. Okay. Indeed. He's actually considering what to send from his extra deck to the graveyard. It's not to be an easy decision from Lithium, because he really needs to survive this turn, because otherwise This game 1 will soon be over. Okay, he sends the Elder and the NTSS.
Ultimately, though, you have to imagine this is just Lithium buying himself one more turn.
Yeah, exactly. He's buying himself one more turn. You can tell that Lithium is doing some calculation here. Of course, I think he's obliged to get rid of the Mirror Jade in this situation. Still, he will survive one more turn for Lithium. Let's see if we will find out something out of his deck. Still, Rescott in the battle phase will do some damage to his opponent. And I think the Branded Sword here really made the difference, because this is something that really never happens, honestly. You really get to use his effect from the graveyard when you banish it, the card, and add the monster, add the Fallen of Albus monster to your hand. But in this case, it was very useful. Lithium.
Now, tell me how Lithium would get his way back into this, perhaps starting with that Diviner of the Herald.
So, this Diviner of the Herald,
where do you go from here as Lithium?
I'm thinking basically, actually, maybe Rescars, because he had 2 tokens and the Mirror Jade. He would have waited. I think I would not have summoned the Fallen of Albus, because he could have summoned into Memphis to shoot the Tri-Brigade Kit and try to play a little bit in order to set up his field with the Tri-Brigade Revolt instead, so that he would have an answer now to Lithium's field. He decided to go for the Fallen of Albus and maybe hoping that that would be enough. Now, plays back to Lithium with the Diviner of the Herald. We know, usually what we saw is the Diviner of the Herald sending the Herald of the Arclight to the graveyard, but now instead Lithium is obliged to sell the Elder Entity NTSS to get rid of the token, and indeed there's nothing else going on, unfortunately, for Lithium, which is only left with the Diviner of the Herald. But we already know the rest cards are the Tri-Brigade Kit. Let's see if we'll find his way.
Really curious to see where this goes from here. Revs cards was in complete control of the first couple of turns of this duel, but suddenly the onus is split back to Lithium here. Diviner of the Herald, as you mentioned, very, very potent, can start off something good, but is it good enough to deal with what is now happening for Revs cards?
That's correct. Here now Rescas goes for the Tri-Brigade Kit's effect. Let's see if Lithium has an infinite impermanence. He is left with 2200 life points. Let's see if this Tri-Brigade Kit goes through.
And if it does go through, what is the ideal situation here?
He might be also entering battle phase, honestly.
Okay.
And
okay,
goes
into Almirage. And where does Almirage take us, is the question.
So basically here he might be going for another Link Summon. Now we saw the Cold by the Grave being activated on Tri-Brigade's case effect once it goes to the graveyard for the Solomon Great Almirage Link Summon. And I think here Red's cards, yeah, he can enter battle phase, attacks, and let's see if this will be enough.
There is still one face down spell trap card on the side of Lithium.
No, let's see if Lithium has anything.
A miracle happen.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. Revs cards taking a convincing lead with a game on victory in our first semi-final.
We have to say that he started things off with an incredible hand. There was the Ash Blossom from him, and also the Infinite Impermanence strategy gone completely Lithium strategy.
Yeah, and this was kind of our concern for Lithium in particular, was that when he's not in a favorable matchup where he has the requisite time to set up, especially when he's going second, the Dogmatica deck doesn't have the opportunity to come online. It doesn't have the opportunity to set up that control. And moving forward, how does Lithium guarantee that there is a third game in this match.
Well, Lithium this time is hoping that his cards will not be stopped by Infinity Permanent Rush Blossom. And he really needs something. But, okay, Revs is starting things off first. We saw the Lithium deck is good also at going second. If he goes first, what he usually went for was the White Knight of Dogmatica, getting, you know, some advantage with it. Looks like, once again, Revs is going for his Tri-Brigade monsters. And
where do these Tri-Brigade monsters lead this time around, though? Do you just rinse and repeat what happened in Game 1?
I think once again he might be going for the Bear Brum. And later on, if he really gets the chance to add the Tri-Brigade Revolt, which he didn't in the first game, that might be very powerful.
Tri-Brigade Shoraig, the Ominous Omen, conspicuously absent from Revs card's winning field for what feels like the first time this tournament. That card hasn't been a deciding factor in this Tri-Brigade deck sealing victory. But the field currently very much filled with Tri-Brigade cards.
Exactly, and this was basically the missing piece that Revs was needing. Here goes with a Link Summon. And he goes for the Appaloosa.
Okay, very nice. Appaloosa, but Goddess, of course, now coming through to hopefully set up some negates to shut down any attempt at a setup from Lithium.
He never actually summoned the Appaloosa so far from what we saw. And the ideal start for the Tri-Brigade is going for Appaloosa, Ancient Warrior Oath, and also adding the follow-up play with the Tri-Brigade Revolt. It's very hard.
Weirdly enough, I think this is actually the first time this tournament that we've seen Appaloosa with more than 2 materials.
Yeah.
So a couple more options, or literally just one more option, available to Revs cards than there would otherwise be.
And also I think we might be seeing for the first time the combo I was talking to you guys about. If you're able basically to put up on the field the Appaloosa alongside with the Ancient Warrior Oath, and also having the Tri-Brigade Revolt to get the Omen when during your opponent's turn.
So, with the exception of the Tri-Brigade Revolt, which is hopefully coming in the next couple of duels for Revs cards, what is the end goal for you at the end of this turn 1 in terms of your field setup? Does it just look like this, or do you continue to Link Summon again?
So Revs here is continuing to summon, which surprised me because, on one hand, he might have kept the Ancient Warrior's Oath. I think, honestly, seeing at how he's playing, in my opinion, he had drew the Tri-Brigade Revolt. Because, like, usually, what you're really looking for is to having the Tri-Brigade Revolt on the line, and I'm pretty sure that he might have outdrawn the Tri-Brigade Revolt. So in my opinion, the set card is the Tri-Brigade Revolt.
And now this is a very intimidating field for Lithium to deal with. Can you give me some insight on how Lithium with the Dogmatica, with that slow burn ramp up playstyle, how does he immediately deal with these issues that have now presented themselves to him?
This is very difficult because basically we can see the Lithium is starting things off with the Diviner of the Herald, but Revs can negate it with the Appaloosa if he really wants to. There's also the Mirror Jade, but indeed, the Appaloosa negates the Diviner of the Herald, which is, I think, the play to go for. And we saw that Lithium deck is very powerful, but it really needs his monster's effect to go through while activating them. This is not the case because the Diviner of the Herald gets negated by Appaloosa. Let's see if Lithium can find a way. Now he's going for a Link Summon. Maybe we will soon see an Mirage. Exactly.
Yeah, you really had to do that because you had Diviner of the Herald with no effect.
Yeah.
Essentially just a 500 attack point monster waiting to be attacked. The Link plays continue, however.
Yeah, here Lithium really needs to find something, just to take some time, because now he goes for the Victor's Ecclesia. Now Revs is considering his options.
See, the scary thing here is that if you do use the Appaloosa's effect to negate the Ecclesia, you then only have 800 attack points left and can be easily taken out by either the Ecclesia herself or the Link monster that Lithium had just summoned. Yeah.
The Appaloosa negates the Dogmatic Ecclesia, and I think honestly that makes sense. Of course, you can now go over the Appaloosa by entering the battle phase, but you really need to activate the Appaloosa as a negate effect. And indeed, Lithium goes battle phase, and I think if Lithium has, for example, a couple of set cards, Revs cards might be getting rid of one of them with the Mirror Jade, and then if there's a Tropical Revolt, and I really think that that would be the case, because otherwise he would have activated the Infinite Impermanence if he had one on the Ecclesia. I am pretty sure the Reskaz is holding on into the Tropical Revolt. Let's see if he has it. End phase, does he have it?
Either that or Called by the Grave.
Goes for the Mirror Jade.
And yeah, if you don't see him activating Tri-Brigade Revolt here, you have to imagine... Never mind, it is Tri-Brigade Revolt. Yeah, you do.
I was sure about that.
You believe?
Basically, yeah. Because like usually what you really go for in this situation, I mean, I get that you go for the Anaconda for the Mirror Jet, but like your usual line of play is going for searching the Tri-Brigade Revolt.
And
now,
is this instantly into Tri-Brigade Shirag the Ominous Omen?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
And where do you go from there? What's next?
So basically you go for the Omen. Now Lithium will not be happy with this for sure, because now he gets all the effect, and it will trigger all the Tri-Brigade monsters that have now been sent to the graveyard for the follow-up play. Looks like Lithium doesn't have any interruptions, and the Tri-Brigade kit gets resolved, sends the Fractal, Nerval resolves. He will add most likely the Keras. Okay, he adds the kit. And then the Omen resolves, banishing the cross-out designator. And in the end phase, the Albion will activate his effect. Unfortunately for the Lithium, there was not enough. We have to say the Reskaz started things off incredibly well with the Appaloosa and the Mirror Jade.
You are speaking like this game has already been decided, so can you tell me how it plays out from here and how Revs cards will seal the deal?
So basically now with the kit, he will be able to link summon. You can just activate it. If we go through, exactly, he will be able to bring another body on the field. He goes for the Omen, enters battle phase, and this is it.
Lithium tried his best, but ultimately the Dogmatica control deck was unable to come online soon enough to stop Revs cards as he continues in his momentum all the way to the grand finals.
Very well played by Reskaz, we have to admit it. Lithium tried to survive and stayed in the game. Reskaz had the perfect ending game too. We have to give credit to Lithium for bringing this Dogmatica deck, but we will again see him in the third place. Let's give it to Head.
That's over there by the usual space. We know how this works. Come along, you're now into the final. It's all very exciting, but before then, you've got to get through one of these interviews once again. So, we're now finalists. First ever Master Duel Invitational. How does that feel?
I'm just happy I got this far. You know, like I said, I was saying to you earlier, as long as I win this match, I'm happy. Going in the final, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
We will, because you're either against Umi or you're against Spiral. Now, how do you feel against either of those?
Worst case scenario for me. I don't know either of those decks too well, so we'll see what happens. We
will, because we've seen in some of those previous plays a seriously heavy field combo that comes out from both sides, or it's going to lock you out of everything that you want to do. But you have quite a lot of cards to deal with, things like we saw during a couple of these games, which we'll go through in a second in my handy notes that I've made. but you see that there's a lot of ways that you can deal with things. So do you expect that you might be able to deal with some of those cards, or are you going to have to sort of see what happens in the moment?
I think, like that game as well, right there, for example, it was very in the moment. Kind of pressure got to me a little bit. Didn't know what I was doing. Branded sword for 2 tokens, very weird. I think going forward, it'll be similar, but like I said, we'll see. We'll see. I have no idea.
We will see. So speaking of see, let's see how that game went. Because game 1, obviously, you went first both times. So
yeah,
I think your opponent's greatest enemy wasn't necessarily you. It was the coin toss every time.
You would think so, but not actually.
No?
I lost the coin toss that second game. And
they
Lithium
chose you to go first.
Second.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. We don't get to see the coin toss a lot of time. We just have to see who goes first on the screen. So you obviously went into Mirror Jade, built that very strong feel. There was the Dogmatica punishment, which prevented you from attacking for game, but you managed to get around that, and you still managed to swing in. So game 1, you take that. There were a couple of moments you played around. Were you feeling confident?
No, because I ruined it for myself by summoning Mirror Jade in the extra monster zone. So I had no Tri-Brigade plays. So, yeah, that just got turned into a weird game.
Well, second game you didn't have that problem because obviously you went into Ominous Omen and things, and it all ended up going pretty well. You had Appaloosa as well. You slowed up some of Lithium's combos with those negates.
Yep.
And then just took over that field into the end. So that was you have to keep your calm in a lot of those moments and play.
I'm feeling the pressure. It's coming. It's coming. We'll see.
We'll see. Well, congratulations. You are the first finalist that's qualified for this, and that is super exciting. We will be seeing you in a couple of duels time. You get a little bit of a rest, though, because obviously we've got to see who third place is going to be, as well as the next semi-final. But congratulations again, Revs cards representing the UK. So that means we've got to go into our next semi-final match. Let's take a quick look at that table so you guys can see the standings of where we are right now. Obviously, we've seen our current victor there, but we're going to be interested to see exactly who wins between the Umi deck and the Spiral deck. Which one will Revs cards be going up against? We're about to find out very, very soon. So, without any more delay, let's go over to our next feature match.
Thank you, Ed. It is El Guardian Celta versus Colossa here for our second semi-final. Alberto, how are you feeling about this one?
I am very excited to seeing our players in action. We saw how powerful these decks are, and at the same time how different from each other these decks are.
Yeah.
Basically, the Umi deck is more of a control deck. We have seen how powerful the Legendary Ocean alongside with the Karyushin, the combo, let's say, of the deck, the Privileges combo.
The combo, the deck.
The deck. And on the other side, Colossa, basically showcasing us the power of the Spiral, but our players are ready. Let's jump into it.
Yeah, showcasing the power of the Spiral throughout the tournament, but we've seen El Guardian Celta look at full fields, look at full combos go off, and yet still just have the response every single time.
Yeah, I think what is really paying off in this situation is the strategy of the Guardian Celta deck. We have seen this weekend very different control decks, and as Colossa said during the last interview with Ed, she was actually scared to play against this kind of deck, because on one hand it has so many interruptions, and I think it's also very difficult to get rid of Umi while on the field, and also the Karyushin.
Of course, yeah, the Fish Sonar now coming out to guarantee the Ocean Dragon Lord Karyushin to the hand. Electric Jellyfish played. You have to assume that there's no Umi in hand to facilitate the Ocean Dragon Lord play.
Apparently not. It goes for the Electric Jellyfish effect.
Okay.
On the Karyushin on the field. Karyushin will be able to search for a card from the deck to the hand. Maybe he will go the Seal Stealth attack. That's the case.
This is the first time in a while that we've seen El Guardian Celta actually start off the duel. So it'll be really interesting to see what exactly it is that he does now that he has that opportunity to set up his combo and his control before his opponent has a chance to do anything.
And we had already said that. I think what El Guardian Celta deck does is also very good at going second, because as you mentioned, also in our previous match, he went second twice and he still won. So I think the deck really does and performs very well. because he has so many different plays, and also one of the key card of the deck, there can be only one, is very difficult to play with.
Yeah, actually using that effect to get the Ice Jade Tremora, what do you think about that?
So I think overall is a very good addition to the deck, because now, as we are seeing, Elgardian Celta was able to put on the field 3 monsters and 2 set spell and trap cards.
Everything but the Yumi.
Everything but the Yumi, and honestly, I would also like to say this deck is everything but Umi.
See, Stealth Attack, of course, being revealed here. Will be really interesting to see what Colossa does in order to kind of start off that rapid fire quick combo with the spirals.
I really like this combo by the Guardian Celta. He basically got to send the Umi with the Electric Jellyfish from the deck, and now with the Seal Staff he was able to bring back another one that he just sent previously.
Actually, probably the 2 duelists in the tournament with the most integral field spells to their strategy.
Yeah.
Both of them really revolving around the field spell aspects of their decks. Tell me, actually, Alberto, how you think Colossa plays out of the control that Elgardian Celta seems to be exerting over this game so far.
So basically, he now decides to go for Electric Jellyfish negation on Chicken Game, which I'm not a big fan of, honestly, because basically it's like negating an Upstart Goblin. I'm not a fan of this decision, because now Colossa is activating the Spieler Resort, and if the Spieler Resort goes through, this might be a very good advantage. Ah, but no, okay, no, he did not.
So the other effect of the Chicken Game was to essentially sacrifice it to then...
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we missed it. But there's the Forbidden Droplet from Colossa. There's the Forbidden Droplet, and this hurts so much.
See Stealth Attack.
Well played, though, by Elgardian Celta, chaining the Seal Stealth on the Electric Jellyfish. And as we saw yesterday, basically, when the Electric Jellyfish was activating, it was on the field, but given that now it has been banished, the effect will still resolve because it will no longer be on the field at the time of the activation.
That being said, even if the Forbidden Droplet was a good card and a good option to pursue there, Colossa's hand now down to only 2 cards and only 2 options in terms of accelerating this combo and dealing with the field that Elgardian Celta is currently presenting.
Exactly. She was pretty much obliged to activate the Droplet. And here, unfortunately for Colossa, we are seeing the end phase.
So Doomkraken is already there in defense position. You have the Electric Jellyfish now coming back. Ocean Dragonlord Karyushin is still doing his thing. And now we are just waiting to see what comes next out of the deck for Elgardian Celta.
This is actually very unfortunate. We have already said this. If the Umi deck basically tries its way to find and build this impressive field, it's going to be very, very difficult. We have to mention that Colossa played well by activating the Forbidden Droplet, but Elgardian Celta activated the Seal Stack in chain, and the Electric Jellyfish went through. Now he enters battle phase most likely, and he will inflict a lot of damage.
Oh!
He also has the Karyushin's Dark Rift.
And that actually should be enough damage for game, unless Colossa has an answer in her hand.
Let's see if Colossa has any response to that. We will see, but looks like she doesn't. I think it was anyway well played by the Guardian Celta, because I really like the Electric Jellyfish sending the Legendary Ocean the turn before and then getting it back with the Seal Stealth attack, because now he has all effects on the line, and with this impressive field he's just considering if he can push enough damage.
Do you foresee any way back into this for Colossa?
This is very, very complicated, because now Eleonora will be left only with few life points remaining. And from what we saw, she passed before. So now Guardian Sultan is entering Mind Phase 2.
Is he going to set what is presumably another disruptive spell or trap in his hand?
He might be holding one of them. And let's remember that the Karyushin also acts as a pseudo doesn't match well on the field. Basically, Eleonora will be able only to summon one non-water monster. And this is very, very complicated, especially because the electric jellyfish is on the field.
Upstart Goblin. You mentioned before that you don't really see that as something that would be necessarily a priority when it comes to using your negation.
Exactly, you just wait, and here Colossa sets one. El Guardian Celta taking a deep breath. It's now his turn, and he will soon enter into the battle phase. He now goes for the Karyushin's effect. Getting the Seal Stealth 2.
See Stealth 2 being activated here. Everything going into attack position, and El Guardian Celta looking to close this one out.
He's going to attack with the Doom Kraken to seal this game 1. Very well played by Guardian Celta.
And El Guardian Celta now one game away from securing a spot in the grand final.
Very well played by him. We have to say that basically he didn't start things off with Umi on the field, but what I really like is that he got to send the Legendary Ocean with the Electric Jellyfish, and then with the Celestial attack, the card is super, super powerful. He basically got back the Legendary Ocean he previously sent to the graveyard on the field, and basically by having the Karyushin and both the Electric Jellyfish on the field, he basically was able to block Eleonora's plays at all.
And I'm very intrigued to see that Umi control deck is in fact able to do its thing even against something as rapid fire quick paced as the Spiral deck. And we'll see if it can indeed do that yet again as we head into game 2. Colossa looking to take down El Guardian Celta.
Colossa now start things off with Spieler Resort on getting the quick fix in the drone, whereas though getting the Magician Souls, and I think once again we will be seeing from Colossa in a blink of an eye the best combo of the Spiral deck. We have already said how powerful the deck is, and I think her expertise on the deck is without any doubts incredible.
That being said, we've seen impressive fields be completely dismantled by El Guardian Celta in the past. Already off to a better start for Colossa in this game though, as you did mention. Where do we go as Colossa to maintain some semblance of control over this game, and how does she prevent El Guardian Celta from taking control of this game?
So basically she can either go for the Target Wizard, so by having it co-linked, or if she really wants to go for it, she could go for the Nightmare Griffin, getting the opponent of the Red Lotus. This time around the Spiral Sleeper will be incredibly powerful, because basically against a deck like Umi, which relies on having multiple cards on the field, then you will not most likely be able to go over the Spiral Sleeper. So Eleonora will be having the chance to basically destroy a lot of cards, if that will be the case from a Guardian Celta side of the field. And now, once again, we are saying the drone being activated.
Where does this drone lead?
So this drone leads to a Spiral Double Helix activation. Indeed, okay, Colossa put on top the Pot of Extravagance, which is very weird, honestly. because it's one of these cards that you don't really want your opponent to start things off with. There might be a reason, honestly. We will soon find out. Maybe she's holding an Ash Blossom. She has maybe some other interruptions. We will soon find out. But this is Stardom stuff from Eleonora. I think once again, it really depends on her hand, honestly, because if she outdrew the one and only opponent of the Red Lotus, we might be going for a Dragon Wizard.
Yeah. So, you mentioned the point of the Red Lotus being a key component of shutting down combos, but we've seen Elgardian Celta turn things around with 1-2 sequential plays. It's going to be really interesting to see how the end of this turn plays out and what kind of state the field is left in by Colossa to kind of guarantee that Elgardian Celta doesn't get that requisite setup to just take complete control of the game again.
And here Colossa once again going for the Celine.
Celine, Queen of the Master Magicians, as you mentioned, can get the Spiral Master Plan back.
Correct. You usually go for this place. It's very powerful, especially because like you get huge advantage of Master Plan. Once it's being summoned, basically you get to search the Spiral Mission Rescue, and by having multiple rescues on the graveyard, she will be basically able to go for the Dragon Wizard if she really wants to. Once again, as you mentioned, a Guardian Celta deck is very good also by going second because he has a lot of ways to deal with opponent's field. Still, I think this time around it will be very hard to see Spider Speakers. Anyway, let's go what she decides to do.
Appaloosa. But again, only 2 materials here, so essentially only 2 negates.
It will all be 2 negates, but I'm pretty sure Eleonora, this time around, she will have the pieces missing in her last match. There comes indeed the double helix being summoned back with the rescue. We had already seen this combo quite a few times this weekend, and she knows how the deck plays, all of the combos, and now she goes for another Link Summon. I think she'll go for the Dragon Wizard, and indeed she does.
So we are 1 Link Monster away from that being a successful co-link, correct?
Yes, so basically she will be able to put up another monsters on the field very soon, alongside with the Spiral Sleeper. And this is what we were talking about in the previous match, which basically she did quite the same thing. The only piece that was missing was the double helix on the field, so basically now she will have another negation with the Dragon Wizard on the field. She also has the Terraforming, getting her another copy of Spiral Resort. Very incredible start from Eleonora. She gets to search the Super Agent, look at how many cards she has in her hand. No surprise at all. The Guardian Celta sitting there looking at this impressive opening by Colossa.
Yeah, very intimidating field currently presenting itself on the side of Colossa. Elgardian Celta, what can he do? We will find out shortly when the turn does pass over to him, but Colossa not done yet. Where will she go with that Link Summon? What is the third piece of the equation to make the magic happen?
So she might be going, if she has another rescue in the graveyard, she will also might think about going for double helix and going to summon the Nightmare Griffer, double helix and draw, but she does not. Actually, what she decides to do with the double helix and the quick fix goes for
Nightmare Unicorn.
the Unicorn, which is something interesting, honestly. Okay.
And then this is the Griffin? Yeah.
Okay, she makes the Griffin, as I was telling you guys. Basically, she goes once again with the rescue, summoning the double helix, and basically this was the point she was looking for. 8 cards in hand, so basically now she has double negation with Appaloosa, 1 negation with the Dragon Wizard, the Spiral Sleeper, destroying cards. I am pretty sure she might also be holding a copy of Ash Blossom, given that she put on top the Pot of Extravagance. Just in case she sets one, she might be holding something else. Impressive third one from Colossa.
Very impressive indeed. And now tell me how El Guardian Celta deals with this and how he gets through this.
It's very, very difficult because now he gets to draw. First things that he will do, it will be the Pot of Extravagance. But there's the opponent of the Red Lotus. Not surprised. She doesn't have Ash Blossom. So, I'm still wondering why she put the Pot of Extravagance on top.
Actually, a couple of good options here for El Guardian Celta. Even if you remove one piece of the puzzle, you have to imagine that the rest of the play will continue.
El Guardian Celta indeed has a lot of monsters in his hand, and now Leonora is considering where this appointer of the Red Lotus needs to go. I think the Kairoshin makes a lot of sense because, as we saw, just the Legendary Yoshi alongside with the Kairoshin is super impactful. El Guardian Celta goes with the Pot of Extravagance. I will negate it, honestly. Makes a lot of sense, exactly. I'm super surprised that Eleonora put the Pot of Extravagance on top. I mean, I would really like to ask her why she put that on top. Because, of course, like, it's one of these cards that you really want to give to your opponent. I'll know, of course, you can negate it. Still, only if Warrior Golds get activated, sends the Ice Berry to the graveyard.
Yep.
Now he really needs to get the Gameciel from his deck. And I think the right play here would be getting the Gameciel and getting rid of his Leaper. Of course, there's the Appaloosa once again, and I mean, it's very hard to deal with this. He's considering his options.
Not only do you want to get rid of the Sleeper, but presumably you'd also be quite happy to get rid of any of the Link monsters surrounding the Tri-Gate Wizard, so you prevent that negation from coming through again.
Exactly.
El Guardian Celta is probably in the most difficult position that we've seen him in this tournament since his opening match at the start of day one.
Yeah, we saw how difficult it is to play against the Omi deck, and also he showed us how powerful it is thanks to these combos. And I think the card that really put the pressure on his opponents basically was the Seal Stat Attack, which was a very, very powerful card indeed. And as you said, now he's very sitting with his back against the wall. I think here he played well. He added indeed the Gameciel he was looking for. And potentially here, he might be going for the Gameciel. Okay. He gets rid of the Appaloosa.
So, Warrior of Atlantis gets the Legendary Ocean.
I don't see a plan, honestly, here, because I would have used the Gameciel on this Sleeper, because now you are subject to the Spoiler Sleeper activation. And the Spiral Sleeper lets remind you guys that basically he can destroy cards generically, and he will be able to, Colossa will be able to get rid of 2 cards from the Guardian Celta side of the field.
And a lot of the opponents that struggled to deal with El Guardian Celta's deck couldn't have the luxury of having removal for the Umi, for the Legendary Ocean. And as such, Colossa seems to be in prime position to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, here now he goes with the Astro Tremora, but I mean, the Spiral Sleeper is here. Now, most likely, it will pass. Eleonora activates the Sleeper indeed, gets rid of the monster and the set card, in my opinion, and then seals the game. Yeah. plays back to Colossa, and as we're saying, this is more than enough to seal game 2. Very well played by her. We have to mention that she is showcasing us her expertise on this deck, and we have to bring credit to her. And here, battle phase has been declared. We will soon see a game 3.
Colossa evening up this match does mean that now both of these players backs against the wall, that last spot in the grand final awaiting either of them.
That's right. Our players now will play this decisive game to see which of them will actually advance into the final of our Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Duel Invitational. We have to mention that the spotlight is both of them. It will go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. Both these players coming into this game evenly matched. Yeah, but there can be only one in the final. That being said, yeah, really intrigued as to how this one is going to play out, especially because that all-important turn 1 start, depending on how you set up the control from either side, well, we'll see how it plays out here as we are ready to jump into the deciding game of this match, our final semi-final, deciding who will be the final finalist for the Master Duel Invitational 2022.
Our players are ready. Let's see who will start things off first.
El Guardian Celta looks to be the one
like,
starting things off.
Right? And he does. This is very good for him because basically started. Oh, there's the Ash Blossom on the Fish Sonar, which might be super impactful, honestly, because basically he would have added the Karyushin, which we saw how good the card is. Deserves a lot. The Electric Jellyfish here, very good one.
Already off to a much better start for El Guardian Celta here.
I mean, it is a good start. It is not the ideal start for sure. The Ash Blossom hurt a lot on the Fish Sonar. Let's see. She goes for the Magician Souls. What I really like about Magician Soul is that basically she gets to send as a cost the Master Plan. El Guardian Celta chains the Seal Stealth attack. Magician Souls is the field. And now Colossa activates Magician Soul's effect, sends two. Okay, he drew a trap and a spell. Now I will be surprised if Guardian Celta would not negate the Magician Soul, honestly. Imagine if Colossa has a forbidden droplet here, it will be incredible.
Apparently not, as the Electric Jellyfish does resolve.
Does she have a quick fix? She has. Where art thou? And she basically will be able. Let's see what she goes for. She goes for the quick fix. She normal summons it and goes search for a Spieler gear card from her deck. The quick fix gets to resolve and she gets the Big Red indeed. Big Red gets the Master Plan.
And now the Spiral Master Plan leads into what exactly, Alberto? What is the play here from Colossa?
So I think this is very good because basically when we saw that the Guardian Celta was going first, I was really afraid for Colossa, honestly, because the Umi deck is super scary. But we got the chance to see basically the Magician Soul's activation, and then the Electrifish was basically forced to negate the Magician Soul's effect. And now, with the Magician Soul sending the Master Plan to the graveyard, Colossa will be able once again to go for the drone play, discarding the Assault from to the graveyard, getting the quick fix back. And after this, she will be able to activate the assault from the graveyard, bringing the drone on the field. And then the drone will see the first 3 cards of a Guardian Celta's deck. Once she will do this, she will then activate the double Helix.
Yeah.
And then from this point on, she will start using her Ghost Trick cards. And if everything goes through, Colossa will be able, during this turn, to summon the Spiral Sleeper, getting rid both of the Electric Jellyfish and the Seal Stealth attack, and seal the game.
We've seen Colossa win games in a single turn before this tournament, even earlier today, so it will be really interesting to see if she can indeed replicate that again now. As you've mentioned, there is potential for an Xyz summon into the Ghost Trick Dullahan, which will then lead again into another Ghost Trick monster. The Angel of Mischief now will presumably search the Ghost Trick shot.
Yeah, from this moment on, we will be seeing what Colossa does at her best with the Spiral deck. And I think that going for the line with the Spiral Sleeper, getting rid of the cards of a Guardian Celta side of the field will be enough. And Guardian Celta looks like he knows what will be up next. I think Colossa only needs to be really careful, because when you're out sitting in this situation, you know that the game is in your hand. But you don't really want to make any mistake, you really want to be focused. You are playing to advance into the final, and you're only 1 game away to advance. Here comes the Celine.
Yep, Celine, Queen of the Master Magicians, and again, as we saw earlier, presumably going to get the Spiral Master plan back.
Yeah. And this is super powerful, because once again, with the Master Plan, you get the rescue.
So, does this end in a big access code talker play again?
I think she has multiple options. On one hand, she might be going for the access code talker, but also she has access to the Spiral Sleeper. Now, indeed, she goes for the access code talker, which we have seen a lot of times this weekend. I think Guardian Celta knows what is coming up next. She gets back the Ghost Trick shot. Now the Super Agent will declare the first card on top of the Guardian Celta's deck. He gets to the field. He can destroy 1 Spell Chop card of his opponent. Umi will be destroyed. And here he goes with the quick fix. Quick fix effect, and I think here, yeah, I mean, she would have targeted the Seal Stealth instead, but still it doesn't change really much.
Colossa now looking to seal the deal. Nightmare Griffin, you have to imagine, is about to come up.
Let's see what she decides to do. There's the Griffin indeed. She gets rid of the rescue and sets the appointment of the Red Lotus. She previously discarded this turn. She's trying to understand how to seal this game. Here comes the Spiral Sleeper with the last resort. She goes with Access Code Talker's effect, and with that being activated on the Electric Jellyfish, she will enter battle phase. What a match from Colossa, who came back after losing game 1.
And Colossa seals her victory and seals her place in the grand final. Wow. Spiral.
Wow. What a match. What a match. And now we will be having Colossa being interviewed by Ed. They will ask her some questions.
Congratulations, Colossa. Now, That was very exciting. The Umi deck throughout this entire tournament has caused nothing but problems. But you managed to deal with that so well. Talk us through what's going through your mind while you're against a deck like that.
I thought that if he had, like, maybe both Karyushin in hand, I thought, I'm dead, because I only got one pointer to remove one of them. So if he got another Karyushin, I was like, oh no, he's gonna remove all my board. But then I got really, really lucky, he didn't get another one, so.
Watching some of those moments in each of those, especially in that last game, there were a couple of maybe misplays from him with putting Jellyfish at the wrong time, and then there was Ashes, and then he was left with the Jellyfish on board, couldn't really do anything about the negates, and then you dealt with the whole thing. You built that huge field.
Well, I misplayed too in the second game because I had to do droplet previously. I shouldn't have make him negate my resort because I knew he had the stealth attacks to banish the Jellyfish, so he get to negate anyways. And then I was like, well, I'm stupid. But then, yeah, I thought that the third game maybe he should have not negated my Magician Souls because it was 50-50. I had to draw. He maybe had to negate the Where Art Thou. That was the spell which adds me Quick Fix or Magician Souls. That was the crucial point, and I guess he maybe forgot, but it was still a really nice match. I really, really had fun playing against him.
It was really good. It was genuinely exciting to watch. We're all interested to see exactly who Revs cards will be going up against. Tri-Brigade, how do you feel about going up against that as a Spiral player?
I'm a bit scared of his deck because I saw his moves. He really knows how to play that deck, and he's got a really sick plays, that deck. I really, really enjoy it. I'd really love to play it too. But I've got Spiral. I bring Spiral because I thought it was maybe the best combo in this game right now in the Master Duel format. So let's go. Let's bring Spiral.
Well, you've managed to do some amazing plays with it. You've got serious combos out there, built some amazing fields, like we saw at the end of that game. Access Code Talker, Nightmare Griffin, popping the Jellyfish and stuff. So you know how to get around those combos. It'll be interesting to see exactly how you fare against those Tri-Brigades. Congratulations again. We're going to have a little bit of a break so that you can settle down. Obviously, we've got the third place duel that has to happen as well. So you have a little bit of time to think through your strategy, think through how you're going to get past Tri-Brigade. Best of luck to you. I hope it goes well for you. That was very exciting to see exactly what the final was going to comprise of. So right now, let's quickly show you exactly what that table looks like right now. You guys can see it's going to be Revs cards versus Colossa, Tri-Brigade versus Spiral. Very exciting to see how that duel plays out, and whoever wins is going to be crowned the Master Duel Invitational Champion and be taking home one of those 3 trophies. We've got a little break right now, and then after the break, we're going to show you guys the third place duel, because whoever wins that is going to be taking home the 3rd trophy, and then obviously both finalists will be getting a trophy as well. It's going to be incredibly exciting. Don't go anywhere, because after this break, we're back with more action.
A new era of 4-player card battles is coming on September 6th. Are the others friend or foe when 4 players cross paths at once? Now get ready, because the battle mode of the future is at hand. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cross Duel. Roland, prepare to open the Cross Duel competition.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Darkwing Blast has tons of new monsters, spells, and traps, and the return of Blackwings. They're back for a whirlwind of destruction with their new Black-Winged Assault Dragon. 100 new cards for decks of all kinds, including Sprites, Tearlaments, Draco Slayers, and Stealthy Ninjas. Darkwing Blast!
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, now available.
Rated T for teen.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Vrain's World incoming! Let's go!
Seize the wind, Playmaker!
I create my circuit! I set 3 monsters in the Link arrows! Link Summon! Appear! Link 3! Decode Talker!
They're coming too!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Link into the Vrains!
Campaign underway!
Welcome back, Master Duelists, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational live from eSpot Paris. We've gotten all the way down to the final matches. Right now, we're going to decide who the 3rd place winner is, because as you can see in front of me, there's not just prizes for 1st and 2nd place. We have to decide who the 3rd place trophy is going to. We know the final is going to be Colossa versus Revs cards, and that is going to be a heck of a duel. But before then, we have ourselves the decider between Lithium and El Guardian Celta, because we have to see which one of these 2 duelists is going to be taking home one of these trophies. So, Umi, Dogmatica, which one's going to win? We're all going to find out together. So I'm going to hand you once again over to your wonderful commentary teams in whatever language you're watching it in to take away this feature match. Guys, over to you.
Ocean should be fairly good.
Yeah, we have to say that basically now it is very difficult because Guardian Celta maybe might have a couple of evenly matched in his end. It really depends now on Lithium because El Guardian Celta is not playing any copy of Effect Veil or Infinite Impermanence or Ash Blossom, for example. So he might maybe have drawn a couple of evenly matched that are not useful at all.
And just to again kind of temper the expectations for this matchup in particular, very control-centric playstyles, but El Guardian Celta, having gone first, already has the key components to his combo out on the field.
And indeed here, Lithium is obliged to pass with Sangan. Maybe I should say Lithium might be holding a copy of Dogmatica Punishment, which will be very helpful for him. We really have to see if El Guardian Celta has anything else, because basically he has 5 cards in hand. And as we saw previously, usually he had a lot of things going on with the Doom Kraken or the Electric Jellyfish. Let's see if that will be the case.
Yeah, it really will be intriguing to see what El Guardian Celta does do here. Again, just looking to draw more, perhaps going to get another one of those Spell Trap cards that you mentioned before.
Very good stuff here. The Pot of Extravagance can give him a huge advantage, and here comes the Arpis Feather Dusters as well. Wow, what a start. He has the Dogmatica Punishment. Now we will soon be seeing maybe the Seal Stealth Attack being chained to the Dogmatica Punishment in order to protect the Karushin. I think this is what we will soon seeing. Exactly, that's what El Guardian Celta does. Very good play by him.
So, tell me how exactly El Guardian Celta continues to apply the pressure here, given the fact that Ocean Dragon Lord Karyushin is no longer on the field.
I really like that basically he got to change the Seal Stealth Attack on the Karushin, because basically Lithium now was not be able to activate the Dogmatica Punishment's effect anymore because it doesn't control any monsters on the field. And now, with the Ice Barrier being sent to the graveyard, he will be able, let's see what he adds from his deck. I think he sends the Gameciel. No, one other Karyushin. And I have to say that I like it, because it means that he doesn't have anything else going on in his hand.
And of course he has yet to normal summon this turn, so he still has the option to play something.
And he does, and he has the Electric Jellyfish, which is super powerful, because basically now he gets to use this effect and bring on the field the Kairoshin. Look at this.
And Lithium at the moment, as we mentioned before, does not have much by way of spell and trap removal, so he's pretty much at the mercy of this Umi control.
And as we were mentioning, we were expecting a very grind match, because both of our players are relying on a control deck strategy. We have to say that even though Guardian Celta did start things off incredibly well, because usually we saw him putting at least a couple of trap cards, but that was not the case. We have to say that the Seal Stealth Attack was incredibly powerful and still helping him out a lot, because the Kairoshin was protected, the Dogmatica Punishment didn't resolve, and now Lithium is searching something out of his deck, but it's not looking promising for him. Still trying to find his way to come back into this game.
Yeah, and again, just another of our concerns here that we did echo earlier was the fact that while the Dogmatica deck does have a lot by way of control, a lot of that is tied to the monsters, is tied to actually having these Dogmatica monsters on the field, which is exactly what Ocean Dragon Lord Kairyu-Shin is preventing right now, with a Legendary Ocean also on the field.
Exactly. He sets one other card to the field. Now the Kairyu-Shin comes back. Well, actually, he might have negated the Sangan with the Electric Jellyfish. I think that's why maybe he's not super happy with his decision. Still, I think that Lithium has a lot of things to think about.
And if you're Lithium here, how do you come back? This is a really formidable field that you're currently facing down, but we've seen the Dogmatica manage to make something happen previously.
Now he tries to basically perform a ritual summon. Well, I think Guardian Celta might even not negate the ritual spell card with Electric Jellyfish. I think that will be the right play. Let's see what he decides to do.
Why would that be the right play? What are you saving this negation for?
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense, because basically now Lithium will be bring on the field the White Knight of Dogmatica in defense position. This doesn't really help him out in this situation, especially because he really needs to deal with all of these cards from a Guardian Celta. There's the Electric Jellyfish still that can negate a card, and let's remember that every single time that he negates a card will gain 600 attack points. Now play is back to a Guardian Celta. Now will he find a way to deal with the White Knight of Dogmatica from Lithium?
So if you're Guardian Celta here, how do you remove this from the field?
It just search for the Kaioshin's Dark Reef from his deck. So basically now Lithium indeed will have to activate. Here comes the negation. Lithium activates the White Knight of Dogmatica, but the Electric Jellyfish is being chained to it. And now let's see what a Galder Senses decides to do. He could also set the Kaioshin's Dark Reef, and then later on he might use the Mega Fortress Will effect to attack directly his opponent. He decides to go for the Electric Jellyfish effect, sends a Legendary Ocean from the deck to the graveyard to summon the Warrior of Atlantis. One monster after another being summoned for a Guardian Celta. He enters battle phase, he activates the Seal Stealth, and we have to say that with this, game 1 goes to El Guardian Celta. Very well played by him. A lot of cards on the field, nothing that Lithium could have done.
And El Guardian Celta now one step closer to claiming that third place trophy.
Yeah, we were saying at the beginning that basically we were expecting a very grand match, because our players are both relying on a control deck.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Lithium didn't have much going on at the moment. Especially, we have seen how powerful Sangan is with the Salamangreat Almirage play.
Yeah.
But given that the Kaioshin was on the field and acts as a pseudo Gozen match, basically Lithium was not able to make any other plays. Also, very good play from our Guardian Celta with the Seal Set attack banishing is Kaioshin, preventing the Dogmatica punishment activation.
Yep, absolutely, and we will see if El Guardian Celta can take another convincing victory, or if Lithium can even up this match. Lithium starting things off strong with a Dogmatica Macabra. El Guardian Celta doesn't tend to run any kind of disruption during his opponent's turn.
Yeah, because as we mentioned, basically what the Umi deck does is not only is good at going first, but also when he goes second, he has so many different resources to deal with his opponent's field that basically he doesn't really mind about going second. Now Lithium is really considering his options, going for the Diviner of the Herald, a very, very powerful card we have seen this weekend from Lithium, sending the Herald of the Arclight that will be able to activate his effect and search for maybe a ritual spell card. Let's see, the Dogmatica Calamity, which is the one that Lithium usually uses for the White Relic of Dogmatica.
And if Lithium can get his requisite setup on the field in turn 1, do you think that that affects exactly what El Guardian Celta can do?
I think that Lithium really needs to put pressure on his opponent, and I think he might be doing that with the either White Relic of Dogmatica or White Knight of Dogmatica. Here he will go with the Secure Gunna. This is the usual lineup Lithium prefers to do while starting things off. Let's see if he has any copy, for example, of the Dogmatica Ecclesia that we have seen sometimes, but he starts things off with the Dogmatica Calamity that will bring to the field the White Knight of Dogmatica.
So, from Lithium's perspective, what is the ideal field for you, knowing that you're going to have to deal with a Legendary Ocean, Ocean Dragonlord Karyushin, at a bare minimum?
But Lithium ends his turn, so usually what he's really looking for is to having the Dogmatica Punishment as he did in game 1. Now with the Titanic Lad, for sure he can get the Dogmatica Ecclesia on the field and also activating the effect, which of course is really good, but it's very unfortunate that he didn't have the chance to draw any of his infinite permanents of Dogmatica Punishment. He gets the Maximus with the Ecclesia, and now play is back to Elgardian Celta.
Elgardian Celta, of course, we've seen him overcome more formidable fields than this, so it'll be really interesting to see just how he decides to execute with this Umi control deck.
Elgardian Celta now draws for turn. Let's see what he decides to do. He goes battle phase, which means he has an evenly matched.
Evenly matched, yep.
And he does. It's not even that impactful in this specific situation because basically he got rid, of course, of 2 monsters, but the White Knight of Dogmatica is still on the field. Let's now see if Elgardian Celta finds a way to put Umi on the field, and a Kairoshin might be very, very strong. But he has the Gameciel.
So, talk to me about what Gameciel, the Sea Turtle Kaiju, now means for Lithium's game plan, considering Elgardian Celta is already dictating the pace of this game.
Yeah, exactly, because basically starting things off with evenly matched is super powerful, and also giving the Gameciel to your opponent actually looks like Lithium doesn't have anything going on, because now he gets to send the Ice Barrier to the graveyard. He will then activate the effect, then sends the Kairoshin, and he will be able to bring it back from the graveyard. This is very powerful, and let's see if he has the Umi, and he does. Wow. Because now he will be able to normal summon the Kairoshin. He also has the Seal Stealth attack. What a hand from Elgardian Celta. Because now he gets to search the Seal Stealth attack. And he sets one. Well, Lithium Fate says anything. What a hand from Elgardian Celta. Will Lithium be able to deal with this impressive turn one?
And again, a difficulty for Lithium here. Sorry, a difficulty for Lithium here is the lack of innate spell and trap removal. So not only are you dealing with the Legendary Ocean and the persistent effects of the monsters, but also consider that the Sea Stealth attack is pretty much just going to sit there persistently.
Exactly, and that's the main point, because basically now with the Kairoshin being on the field, once again, Lithium is basically locked, because let's remember that he can only control one on-water monster, and with the Seal Stealth attack being on the field, we can see once again Elgardian Celta banishing his own monster, that will come back during the end phase. Now, Lithium start things off with the preparation of rights.
And where does he go from here is the question. How do you overcome this lock from the Umi control deck?
So, Lithium, we can see that he's really thinking deeply about this. Doesn't want to make any mistake, especially because he really needs to deal with a very impressive fear from Elgardian Celta.
It'll be really intriguing to see just how this plays out. Lithium is thinking about his options. Of course, you do not have too much room for error when you are faced off against such a convincing control of the field from the Umi control deck.
And you can tell the Lithium is actually taking some time here because it's not, of course, easy.
Lithium one game away from going home without a trophy.
Yeah.
Really wants to just think this through, make sure that it's the correct decision, and see if he has any chance of coming back in this game.
This is very hard because basically the main issue here is that Lithium, as we mentioned, is locked under the Karyushin because he will only be able to control one non-water monster. He goes now with the Maximus. He will maybe put the Maximus into defense position. Let's soon find out. Lithium is considering his options and Maximus comes down. He's activating his effect.
I'm very curious to see where this goes though. Alberto?
Well, he will try to force the Karyushin destruction.
Yeah.
But given that a Guardian Celta has the Steel Set attack, that might will be very difficult. But by forcing the Karyushin destruction, basically if a Guardian Celta changes the Steel Set attack onto the Karyushin, this means that Lithium for this turn will not be locked anymore into having one non-water monster. And Guardian Celta sends the totally awesome and gets back one of his extra deck monster. Now Lithium is considering his options. He enters battle phase. Yeah, I mean, it is trying for sure. You have to try. The Seal Stealth attack activates. Lithium is trying to shuffle back one card that your opponent controls. Let's see what he decides to shuffle back. He's taking some time.
What would you consider to be the optimal target to shuffle back into the deck here?
This is very hard because basically if you shuffle back the trap card, basically El Guardian Celta later on will search it back with the Karyushin. Of course, a Legendary Ocean gets shuffled, but let's remember that that's the Seal Stealth 2 that when it's face up acts as a Umi.
Yeah.
So still very important to keep that in mind. Looks like play is back to El Guardian Celta very soon, but this is very good. He has the Chaos Scepter Blast, a card we have seen yesterday being played by Lithium. This is very powerful because basically gets to banish one card his opponent controls.
And again, I pose the question to you, what would be the optimal target to banish in your opinion? Is it the Sea Stealth 2, the functional Umi, or is it something else?
He's actually considering it. It is not easy because basically I will maybe go for the Seal Stealth. If it doesn't really make sense to banish the Karyushin because otherwise it will change the Seal Stealth on it. He doesn't want to make any mistakes. He's taking some time. Something that I really like. He's not rushing things off. He's really focused on the game. Let's see what Lithium decides to banish with the Chaos Scepter Blast.
Still thinking it through, of course. Again, as we mentioned, this is Lithium's chance to get one game back and keep his chances of walking home with a trophy.
I think the strategy might pay off because now he banishes the Karyushin and basically I think this is paying because now with the Karyushin being banished he's able to normal summon the Sengen, then activating this ritual spell card, bringing on the field once again the White Knight of Dogmatica, and I think the Lithium overall was able to play through the Legendary Ocean and the Kaioshin from Elgardian Celta side of the field. And what I really like is that he took some time. He didn't want to commit any mistakes. He's really committed to win this game, Shu, and facing another final last game in this match. And I think that now play is back to Elgardian Celta. Will he find something to come back once again to this game? Wow, Pot of Extravagance is for sure the best card to start things off with. Lithium activates the Y9 of Dogmatica, and now with the Elder Entity NTSS we'll get rid of the Seal Stat attack. What did Elgardian Celta find out of his deck?
Okay. So was able to Fish Sonar into the Ocean Dragon Lord Kaioshin. Legendary Ocean was already in the hand as well.
And wow. Once again, incredible. The Fish Sonar, incredible card drawn by the Guardian Celta, which is shutting down completely Lithium strategy. I have to give credit to Lithium, which fought very, very hard to come back into this game. The Pot of Extravagance was there, and he was able to find out the Fish Sonar alongside with the Legendary Ocean, and the Kaioshin being there means that Lithium once again is locked. Can he find once again his way to come back into this game for the second time in a row? Elgardian Celta sets 2 cards and plays back to Lithium.
2 cards set face down, as you mentioned. Now Elgardian Celta, you have to consider, is in almost full control of this game. What options are available to Lithium in terms of coming back here as the Dogmatica player?
Wow, and there can be only one. Incredible cards being drawn by Guardian Celta. We have to say the Lithium still will try to find his way. Another Chaos Scepter Blast might be ideal, but he really needs to put on the field the Y9 of Dogmatica. This is very, very difficult because either he puts on the field the Dogmatica Maximus and maybe he has another copy of the Chaos Scepter Blast to get rid of something out of Elgardian Celta's side of the field, or otherwise might be in trouble. He might get rid of all the opponent extra deck cards, because we have to remember that Pot of Extravagance has been used, and also other 2 cards have been sent with the Dogmatica Maximus effect.
Yeah.
Now Lithium, trying his way, activates the Maximus. This is very, very difficult for him. He's trying his best. He summons the Maximus in attack position. He changes his strategy for the first time and see it this weekend. More of aggressive way. I think he really wants to force once again the Seal Step activation. This is getting very, very difficult because now once again with the Totally Awesome he gets back something else and he gets the Garment Seal.
Yep.
Very, very powerful. I really like this play by Guardian Celta.
Very difficult situation for Lithium to deal with here. So many restrictions now placed upon him by a variety of cards on the side of Elgardian Celta. If you're Lithium, how do you make this comeback?
This is very difficult because indeed now Elgardian Celta. Okay, Lithium enters battle phase. The Seal Set attack get activated. Then he activates the Ignister. He has in the graveyard to shuffle back 1 card from his opponent's side of the field. He shuffles back the Seal Set attack. But
is that enough, is the question.
This is very, very hard because now Lithium once again will be able to bring up to the field the White Knight of Dogmatica. He's just trying to resist and taking some time. He sets 1 He has Dogmatica punishment, and this is very, very good.
Tell me why this is a good avenue for Lithium to take to get back into this game.
This is very, very good because basically he gets to send the Elder Entity NTSS, and given that the Guardian Celta didn't have the Seal Stealth attack that was previously shuffled back with the Gnista, now a Guardian Celta was not able to protect basically his cause, and he also lost the Legendary Ocean. Lithium might have been able to find the solution once again. Let's see if this will be enough. El Guardian Celta now is considering his options if he drew something out of his deck.
What would be a good option here for our Guardian Celta to really seal the deal on this duel?
We can tell that the Guardian Celta is having a big think on it.
Okay.
Is going for the Gamma Seal. Does he have something else to play with? That's the question. You can tell that also El Guardian Celta is taking some time. He goes for the Electric Jellyfish.
The Sea Stealth 2 is still functioning, Zumi at least, so...
Yeah, better than nothing, but he's really looking forward to doing something more, because now the Gamisel is on the field. And without the Kairyu-Shin and the Legendary Ocean, he's lost for sure. Some power plays, and now plays back to Lithium. As we said in game 1, we were expecting very grind games from our players, and this is the case. We are seeing this very back and forth game in which we can't really quite tell who is the player who is having the more advantage in this game.
Yeah, both of the control decks unable to really get a firm grip on this game, and instead just trading back and forth, resource after resource.
The Maximus gets negated by the Electric Jellyfish. Lithium goes Battle Phase. He goes with the Cell Attack 2 and brings the Kairyu-Shin on the field. The Gamisel gets rid of the Kairyu-Shin. Let's see what now Lithium decides to go for. I think on one way we have to say that Lithium played really well, and here we can still tell that he really wants to go for he activated the Ash Blossom, something that I really like. The Sangan didn't really do much in this situation, and instead he prefers to basically attack over the Electric Jellyfish, take some damage, and searching for the Ash Blossom, preventing his opponent, in case he draw something nice, to activate the Ash Blossom. He has the Warrior of Atlantis. Now we will soon be seeing the Ash Blossom, I suppose, and the Electric Jellyfish can negate the Ash Blossom as well. What Lithium decides to do. He doesn't negate, because otherwise if he would have negated it, the Electric Jellyfish would have been boosted of 600
and it would have gained
attack.
enough attack to run over the Gamma.
Exactly.
So, from this point onwards, who do you think is going to manage to finally shut their opponent out of this duel?
This is very, very difficult, because basically now, as we saw, this is a very back and forth game.
Yeah.
And now with Electric Jellyfish being placed in defense position, the Gamisil can, funny enough, not run over it. And from what we saw, Lithium had the Maximus in hand, but the Electric Jellyfish being on field is not going to be easy. We know that Lithium has Ash Blossom and the Maximus in hand. Still, really needs to find a way, because otherwise the more time you get the Guardian Celta, the more difficult it will get. Back to a Guardian Celta, he puts the Gamecil in defense. Can he find something out of his deck? Very, very grind games. I think this is one of the most grindy games, let's say, we have seen so far this weekend.
So, okay, yep.
And
just waiting for a
back
chance to
to
remove
Lithium.
Gamecil, the Suitetsu Kaiju from the
Looks
field.
like Lithium is satisfied with what he drew.
And what could it have been that he drew that would get him out of this situation?
Let's see, because basically, okay, he goes for the Maximus, so he really wants to force the Electric Jellyfish activation. El Guardian Celta goes with Electric Jellyfish indeed. Looks like Lithium was quite happy with what he drew, and you can tell why, because he drew the Harpy's Feather Duster, and this might change incredibly this game.
Can Lithium get enough presence on the field this turn, though? Apparently not.
But he doesn't. He doesn't. Incredible. The Harpy's Feather Duster was there, and we thought Lithium might have pushed for something. Now plays back to a Guardian Celta. Let's see what our player can find, but once again he passed third back to Lithium. Main phase 1 for Lithium. What can he find out? He said some monster. Wow, I'm wondering what is happening, because none of our players are actually going for any place. This is very unfortunate. And El Guardian Celta now enters main phase 1. Finally goes for the Electric Jellyfish effect. Sends a Numi card from the deck to the graveyard. And the Mega Fortress Whale hits the field.
That is 5150 points of attack.
You can tell that a Guardian Celta is smiling. Does he have a monster in his hand? He goes to the battle phase without using Mega Fortress Whale's effect. I'm wondering why he actually went for this line. Of course, he would have needed the Umi on the field to activate the Mega Fortress Whale's effect, but still, he might have waited maybe a turn more in case he drew another monster or Umi.
And Lithium has quite a few cards in his hand. He's sat back, relaxed a bit, and he's just been slowly building up cards in his hand, as you
But
mentioned.
passes once again.
Yeah.
Lithium passes once again, and now if El Guardian Celta finds his way to get access to Umi, he might be using the effect of the Mega Fortress Whale also to deal a lot of damage to his opponent.
Yeah. Can he find the Umi, though? Okay.
He sets one. Looks like this Gamecil, it's impossible to destroy. Once again, play is back to Lithium. He sets one. Wow, incredible. Play is back to a Guardian Celta. Can he find a way to see a legendary Ocean on a Steel Stealth 2? He doesn't. He sets another card.
See stealth attack.
Finally, he gets to see a Steel Stealth attack. One of the cards he was really looking for after all these turns being spent without doing nothing special. He gets back the Steel Stealth attack, a Steel Stealth 2 on the field.
And suddenly he's in a really, really good position relative to Lithium.
Lithium with 7 cards in hand. I'm really curious to see if now, as anything that he can do is he goes for the Ecclesia Jellyfish, gets chained to prevent the Ecclesia resolve. Let's see if Lithium has an Infinite Impermanence, for example. Lithium is thinking about it.
Yep. To be fair, again, as we mentioned, this is a trophy on the line.
Yeah. Our players are very focusing to get, you know, their 3rd place finishes. They play a lot of matches this weekend, showing us how powerful the decks are.
And now we've actually crested that threshold for the Electric Jellyfish to be able to destroy the Demasiado Sea Turtle Kaiju in battle.
Exactly, and now plays back to a Guardian Celta. Will he find out a way to deal with Lithium Gameciel? Another Electric Jellyfish.
Is there anything you can foresee that Lithium could do to prevent the game from ending this turn?
Now he can activate the Mega Fortress Will because the Steel Stealth 2 is on the field. Yumi is on the field. He can attack directly to seal enough damage with all of these monsters. Will this be enough?
Can Lithium do anything to stop this?
Looks like he can't, because Battle Phase has been declared. Steel Stealth 2 has been activated. Does Lithium have any response to this?
Apparently not. But at the same time, he's still thinking his options through.
The Kaioshin comes back.
Yep, Ocean Dragon Lord Kaioshin coming back from the graveyard.
The Guardian Celta attacks directly. The Jellyfish goes through. The Mega Fortress Whale attacks. Does the last attack goes through? And it does.
The Umi Control takes 3rd place.
2-0 victory for the Guardian Celta over Lithium. What a match we have witnessed. What an incredible game 2. A very back and forth game from our players. Very well played. The attack goes through and El Guardian Celta is the winner.
Yeah, 20 turns in, but even so, a photo finish for El Guardian Celta. Really, really good control of the game towards the end stages there, but Lithium, he fought hard.
Congratulations, sir. Let's make our way over to the usual spot. You know exactly how this all goes. You've been here before. You've won the 3rd place trophy in the first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational with your Umi deck. How do you feel?
Words, because it's something new for me. It's the first, even I go outside from Spain with Konami, so all I can say is thank you to Konami, thank you to my parents, thank you to all the guys that are there sitting supporting me, and thank you all the organization.
It's been amazing watching all of these play out, and that was a very, very long, hard-fought duel.
Very long.
Let's quickly go through that, because that first one was a little bit more decisive in the first game. You built a huge field. There was the Harpies Feather Duster, a dominant game one for you.
Yes.
And then let's talk about game two, because there were so many moments. There were a good maybe 8 or 9 turns of sort of set one, pass, set one, pass, just waiting for an out. So talk us through what was going through your mind in that game.
It's like if you play Mystic Mine, it's set pass, I am waiting for the out. He banishes or destroys my traps, so I cannot respond, I cannot protect, but that's the beauty of the game.
That is the beauty of the game. It was very long and hard fought, and there were moments where it looked like Lithium might have been able to claw it back. What were you thinking in those moments? Or were you, like, this deck has been so consistent for you, were you confident you had ways around everything?
I mean, if I lose the second, I was thinking, no problem, because I have the third game, I will win the coin, and I will start, set there can be only one, and pass. But just be good luck, at least.
Well, that good luck has brought you all the way to taking home one of those amazing trophies, which we'll be giving you after the final has been decided. So congratulations, El
Thank you
Guardian
so much.
Celta. Very exciting, very happy for you. And guys, don't go anywhere, because not only is that final coming up, but just before the final, a very special announcement. You won't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a very short break.
duelists of the world. A new era of 4-player card battles is coming on September 6th. Are the other's friend or foe when 4 players cross paths at once? Now get ready, because the battle mode of the future is at hand. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cross Duel. Roland, prepare to open the Cross Duel.
There's tons of new monsters, spells, and traps, and the return of Blackwings. They're back for a whirlwind of destruction with their new Black-Winged Assault Dragon. 100 new cards for decks of all kinds, including sprites, Tearlaments, Draco Slayers, and Stealthy Ninjas. Darkwing Blast!
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, now available.
Rated T for teen.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Vrain's World incoming! Let's go, I
Seize the wind, Playmaker!
I create my circuit! I set 3 monsters in the Link arrows! Link Summon! Appear! Link 3! Decode Talker!
They're coming too!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Link into the brains!
Campaign underway!
Back, duelists. We have made it all the way over 2 days of coverage here to the final of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational. It's been a very exciting couple of days. 16 of the top content creators from all the way around Europe have all taken part in this to see exactly who is going to be taking home the trophies that you see in front of me. It's been such an exciting tournament so far. We have already managed to secure a 3rd place victory for El Guardian, who is now going to be taking home that 3rd place trophy. But obviously, we still have to decide who's going to be taking home 1st and 2nd place. Now, before the break, I told you guys that we had a very exciting announcement here, and that is exactly what I'm going to tell you. We are about to announce a very exciting series of online events. We are presenting the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup. This is a series of tournaments run by some of Europe's most popular content creators. There's going to be 85 official tournaments with over 10,000 duelists from the 17th of December right the way into late February. Each tournament will be hosted by Konami in partnership with a European Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creator, and it is 100% free to take part. This is a very exciting thing for us to have, and to include all of these content creators as well is very special for us. We have 15 confirmed hosts, including Farfa, Mangaka96, Lithium, Spieler, and Zulu, a lot of whom you guys have seen throughout this, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational. So this is very, very exciting for people who want to be taking part in some of those online events. If you play Master Duel and you live in Europe, you are eligible for the Challenger Cup. The prizes for this include a Master Duel hoodie, which you've seen some of our duelists wear during our feature matches, the Master Duel card sleeves, PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch OLED consoles, and also, as you may have already seen popping up on the stage every now and again, the Rescue Rabbit plush, a very sought-after item in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, and you guys might want to get your hands on that by taking part in the Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel Challenger Cup. That is going to be it for that announcement. I hope you guys are excited for that. We look forward to seeing who of you are going to be taking part in those events, and I wish all of you the best of luck for when you do take part. But now, it's time for us to get onto the event that you've all been waiting for as part of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational. The two finalists that we have made their way through 16 of the top content creators all the way around Europe. And right now, I'm excited to bring them on stage so that they can begin this final duel. Your first finalist, playing the Tri-Brigade deck, is Revs Cards from the UK. Come on up, Revs. A round of applause for Revs. The excitement for this final is palpable. You can see the nerves. You're ready. You're here. You've made it all the way up. It's going to be fine. And your next finalist, playing the Spiral deck, is none other than Colossa. Round of applause for Colossa. Come on up. We're very excited to see the two of you guys here. You've made it all the way to the final. Congratulations on getting here. May the best duelist win this Master Duel Invitational. I will let you guys take your seats right now. Head on over to whichever desk you're going to be sitting on, and we are going to begin this duel very, very shortly. This is so exciting. I'm so interested to see which one of these decks goes fast. Obviously, we saw that in the third place duel, we had quite a long match that happened there. A lot of controlling plays, maybe upwards of sort of 20 turns. Will this final duel be the same? We're all about to find out together. Thank you so much for joining us throughout all of this. Remember, after this, we're going to be having a big trophy ceremony, giving away those third, second, and first place trophies to everybody who has won. This has been a very exciting event, but it all comes down to this. Revs Cards versus Colossa. So one more time, I'm going to hand you guys over to the amazing commentary team who are going to be bringing this final to you in whatever language you're watching it in. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed. Alberto, we're here in the grand final of the Master Duel Invitational 2022.
It all comes down to this, guys. We have had a very exciting weekend of actions, a lot of different decks. The competition, we said to you already yesterday, was this high, and it all comes down to this. Revs Cards against Colossa, Tri-Brigades against Spirals.
Yeah, and talk to me a little bit about the player journey that both of these competitors have had. Of course, we mentioned that group stage from yesterday. We saw the quarterfinals, we saw the semi-finals. How have these two players in particular performed when measuring up to your expectations?
So yesterday, both of our players advanced into the top 8 with a 2-1 record. They showed us how powerful the decks are, how the combos perform, and I have to say that our players are ready. Let's go straight to the table for our final match.
And both of these competitors have had some of the most explosive first turns that we've seen from either deck. Of course, the Tri-Brigade branded really hammering home some of the big link plays, while if you look at the Spiral deck, again, just flooding the field with monsters time and time again. Alberto, what are we expecting to see here?
So we got the chance to seeing our players in action this weekend performing incredibly well with these decks. They showed us the potential, and also what I really like, that during this weekend we have seen a lot of different engines being splashed in our players' decks, and this is the case. Revs Cards is playing Tri-Brigade splashed with the branded cards, and this is very powerful because we have seen that sometimes it also goes for the Anaconda link play, and with the Anaconda it basically gets access to the Mirror Jade, which is very, very powerful.
Yeah, of course, Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, being a very key part of deterring a lot of these long combos from the Spiral deck, but of course the Spiral deck can just pick right up where it leaves off, and there are so many options for restarting that combo that this is going to be really exciting to see who can interrupt who.
Exactly, and what I really like about Revs Cards' deck is that basically he's playing the branded sword as well, and he also saw something that we don't really quite the chance to seeing quite often. The Branded Sword in the match before was used as a trap card effect, bringing on the field 2 tokens.
Yeah.
And indeed, in the interview with Harry, he also said this is not something that comes up quite often, but gave him the victory. And here, instead, he goes for the standard play and he back the Mercurial.
So, you know, we've seen, again, we mentioned how explosive these decks can be, and we've seen Colossa just completely take over the game in a single turn. What is Revs aiming to do here to prevent that from happening?
So we see how the Spiral deck from Colossa explosive is, and the thing with the Spiral deck is that you don't really get the chance to count it out, because Colossa plays very key cards in her deck, such as the Forbidden Droplet, and now we are seeing another Link Summon. He goes for the Bearbrum. The Bearbrum gets to search, and then here it really depends on what his end looks like, because he could go once again for the Ancient Warrior's Oath, which I'm a big fan of, but if it's the case, as we saw previously in our future match in the semi-final, okay, he goes for it, never mind. What I'm really thinking is that playing against Colossa, having the Tri-Brigade Revolt on the field will be very, very good. We have to see Revs cards, and now goes for the Nerval normal summon.
So, talk to me about what the setup here is for Revs cards when it comes to dealing with that Spiral first turn.
So now we'll go for the Appaloosa. Having the Appaloosa on the field, it is very, very good, because basically now he has 3 negation, and also he gets the chance to add to his end the Tri-Brigade Revolt, as we just witnessed. And this is very powerful, because basically now the Appaloosa alongside with the Ancient Warrior's Oath and the Tri-Brigade Revolt is very good, but...
So, I feel like actually, even if Colossa doesn't win in this turn, I feel like this turn is going to decide the outcome of the duel. Either the Spiral setup goes through and Revs is overwhelmed, or we see, as you mentioned, the Tri-Brigade Revolt come through, and then, yeah, Tri-Brigade things.
Yeah, as far as we have seen this so far this week, and basically most of our matches were very explosive ones, but we also saw, just in our previous final, semi-final, how the match was a grind one. So basically our players didn't want to sit up on their chair, but this match is completely different, because both of our players' strategy is to basically have more and more cards, one card after the other, and indeed with the chicken games being activated, now Colossa will be able to activate the Spider Resort. Revs cards is considering if activating something else in response. We have to say that Colossa is super experienced, and we saw how she piloted this deck at perfection, I would say.
Spiral Quick Fix to hand, of course we've seen that be the kind of starter to a lot of the combos that we've witnessed many a player be on the receiving end of this tournament so far. Alberto, take me through the kind of thought process behind wherever this combo is going now.
So she goes with the Quick Fix, and Rescars activates the Appaloosa. Let's see if Colossa might hold a Forbidden Droplet, which might be incredible. She's considering her options. And she has the Forbidden Droplet as predicted. She discards the rescue, and now she will prevent.
So, with this Forbidden Droplet coming through, with the Spiral Quick Fix, assuming it does go uninterrupted here and there's no infinite impermanence or anything like that, where does this combo now lead?
So basically, I'm thinking now, if she would have activated the Forbidden Droplet earlier, instead of activating it now, maybe she would have had a slightly more advantage, but still it should not change that much, because now she got to send the rescue to the graveyard. Colossa is now considering her options, but maybe now with the Forbidden Droplet being activated, of course, this is very good, but whereas though now on the field gets the Magician Souls, and once again we will soon be seeing the Magician Souls being activating, sending the Master Plan to the graveyard, and then with the rescue already there, she will be able to bring back the Master Plan to the field.
And then where do we go from here with the Master Plan on the field, assuming that that does indeed go through?
So we have to keep in mind the Revs cards as the Tri-Brigade Revolt face down. So this is something that we really need to keep in mind. Still, Colossa continues with the Stardom combo we have already seen quite a few times this weekend, going for the Master Plan, and after she will be able to resolve it, but now the Tri-Brigade Revolt gets activated.
Is there anything that can happen as a response to this? Apparently not, as the play does then pass back to Revs cards yet again. And where does this Tri-Brigade Revolt lead?
So now Revs cards will go for the Omen. We have seen Omen being summoned a lot of times this weekend. It is very, very powerful, very disruptive card.
Tri-Brigade Shuraig, the ominous Omen, going to make an appearance, as you said.
And here it comes. Revs cards will also be able to activate the Tri-Brigade that had now been sent to the graveyard after this Link summoning. I think this is not the right spot though to activate the Tri-Brigade Revolt. He might have used it before, because from my understanding, I think Revs cards throughout this weekend showed us very well how to play the deck. So he went through his combos very, very well. But overall, I think sometimes the interruptions might have been activated differently.
Yeah.
Still, now back to Colossa, which needs to find a way to deal with this board from Revs cards. She goes with the Magician Souls effect. She really needs to find something.
And what is it exactly that she's looking for in order to bring this turn back?
Okay, Upstart Goblin. Let's see if she finds something out of her deck.
What would she be looking for here?
She finds another copy of Where of Though. I'm really thinking if she can put up something else, because there should be a rescue, but the Master Plan got banished, which means that she will not be able to bring it back.
Spiral Gear Drone now added to the hand.
Unless there's some sort of interruptions from Rep cards, such as an Ash Blossom or an Effect Veiler, Colossa should be able to go for a Link Summon here. Okay, she goes with the IP Masquerena.
Yeah, IP Masquerena actually we haven't seen too much of so far this tournament. Where do you foresee this taking us?
So I was not expecting the IP Masquerena, honestly. This is a different lineup that I would have expected.
Spiral Quick Fix now returning to the field as well does suggest that we will see some additional cards to the hand.
I'm really thinking what is Colossa really aiming for? Because if it's true that the Droplet was previously activated this turn, still Ref cards with 3 cards in hand and a very good field, she really needs to find a way to deal with this field from Ref's cards. She has the big red in hand, but she already activated it previously this turn. She goes with another Link Summon.
Nightmare Unicorn.
She shuffles back the Omen to the extra deck. We saw that she sent the drone to the graveyard. She enters battle phase. Unfortunately, she was not able to do more than this. Although the Forbidden Droplet was there, the Omen got the Master Plan banished.
Yep.
Which means that basically that rescue was not able indeed to bring back the Master Plan to the field. And now Colossa is taking also some damage for the activated cards. Now she's left with 2,000 life points.
But Revs has used a lot of the pieces of his combo.
Yeah. He has loses quite a few Tri-Brigade monsters already.
Yeah.
Still, he's holding on into...
he has his branded engine still.
Yeah. He has quite a few different options. He's playing 2 copies of the Ferret, the Baron Blossom in his extra deck, in case you'd like to go for it. And then now here comes the kit.
So with this Tri-Brigade kit, where do you go? Where is the end goal for your field this turn?
So where it literally needs to focus here is dealing 2,000 damage. And here, the Cold by the Grave being activated by Colossa. This is a starting point, which is, I think, good on one hand, because basically the kit will not resolve, because she gets the other copy that is in the graveyard banished.
Now it all comes down to whatever is in Rev's card's hand.
Let's see what he decides to do next. He goes for another Link Summon.
Access code talker, you have to imagine? Nope.
Let's go. He goes for the Anaconda. He goes for the Anaconda. I think he makes sense, because now he also gets to search for the kit, and then with the Anaconda, he will be able to activate the Branded Fusion. And with the Branded Fusion being on the field, we might be seeing this game sealed from Revs cards. Let's see.
And then I suppose that we'll see Mirror Jade the Ice Blade Dragon again?
Yeah, you can tell. Yeah. Here it comes. And here comes the Mirror Jade. He activates his effect to banish Colossa's Unicorn. And a battle phase, and game 1 goes to Revs cards. Very, very good stuff.
And yep, there we have it. Revs cards convincingly takes game 1 of our grand final.
Yeah. Very well played by him. We have to say that he started things off very well with the Appaloosa and the Ancient Warriors Oath, alongside with the Tri-Brigade Revolt.
Yep.
I really like the setup play. Also, Colossa had the Forbidden Droplet.
Yeah, the Forbidden Droplet really came in handy to shut out that Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess play, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough to stop the rest of the Tri-Brigade setup.
Yeah, that was not enough. And now, first game was one of our Revs cards. Let's jump into game 2 to see the winner.
And of course, this is a best of 5, our first and only of the tournament, so please do not think that if Colossa does lose this one that it is all over. There's still a chance to come back if necessary.
Revs cards gets the chance to go first, activating the Albion, sending the Sword to the graveyard, getting a fresh card.
Yeah, so we saw the Tri-Brigade.
Wow, but
okay,
looks like he doesn't have much going on. He just sets one card and passes on to Colossa. Will she capitalize on this? 1 for 1, very good start. Let's see, she gets rid of the drone. Revs cards does have it, the Maxi.
Okay.
Wow, this is very, very good.
He may not have had the ideal opening hand, but at least now he can draw towards getting something that would be more suitable for the occasion.
Exactly. She goes for the Magician Souls. She sends 2 Spell Trap cards to the graveyard to draw. Oh, okay, she started things off with Double Rescue. Better in the graveyard than in the hand for sure. Revs cards is considering, does he have an Ash Blossom, for example?
Potentially.
He has Impermanence. Okay. Wow. Impermanence on the Magician Souls. stopping Colossa's strategy. Let's see if she has something else, because she's left with 2 cards. She has the quick fix. Does Revs have any other cards? He does not. Colossa gets the big red. Of course, she really needs to be careful about the Maxi being activated, because otherwise, Revs will capitalize on it.
So this is drastically different from the opening of the previous game for both of these players. Tell me a bit about how Colossa can set up for that spiral win condition, and how we see Colossa winning this second game of our series.
So now Colossa decides to continue and go for the rescue. Now she will be able to special summon the drone. Maxi will draw Revs a card, and basically Colossa here will get the chance to see the top 3 cards from Revs deck. She might be considering going for a double helix after this Spiral Guild drone resolves. The thing is that if she goes for the double helix, then she might be risking an Ash Blossom. She sets a card. I think this is a smart choice, because if she goes all in, then she might be exposing herself too much.
Since the previous turn, thanks to the Maxi, there were 2 cards drawn for Revs cards, plus the one that he just drew then. Are those 3 cards enough to give him a better start to his combo than what ultimately ended with his first turn being set Infinite Impermanence and pass?
Well, this might be for sure real, because now the Fractal gets sent to the graveyard, the kit sent to the graveyard. He will activate the effect, and I think this is what he was looking for, because he gets to send the Nerval. Nerval will search for Revs the Keras, most likely. Let's see what he decides to add. Indeed, it's the Keras. Let's see if Colossa might be holding, for example, a Cold by the Grave or something else, but I think she would have activated right away. Now Revs goes with the Keras, discarding the Rescue Cat. Very interesting.
Interesting, yeah, especially because we saw just how volatile the Rescue Cat can be. Pretty much single-handedly starting a combo that ended up with the entire field being flooded earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, that is very, very powerful indeed, and now Revs gets to activate the Keras, banishing 4 monsters from his graveyard. He is going once again for the Omen. Colossa will soon face the Omen being Link summoned, and it will banish 1 card on the field. Colossa is shaking her hand. But unfortunately, she did not activate a Forbidden Droplet that was there. She might have used a Forbidden Droplet before on the Keras, preventing this. Very unfortunate here, because now Eleonora will be left only with 1 card in her hand. Revs continues to play through his combo. He goes for the Berbrum.
So you've mentioned Revs cards continuing to play through his combo. What is the goal for him here? What is the ideal second turn for him?
Well, I think here he might be going, once again, if he has the solution, he also gets rid of the Branded Fusion, which lets me think he might be going for an Anaconda and then summoning the Mirror Jade onto the field.
Yeah.
This is what most likely will happen, because he got rid of the Branded Fusion straight away. And
once Mirror Jade the Ice Blade Dragon is on the field, do you think that we see the game pretty much done like we have previously? Or is there an option for Colossa to come back? Where can we see Colossa make the comeback? What cards is she waiting for?
Well, the game is still not over yet, and I think that also Colossa is one of the players that we have so far this week, and that really don't want to give up, especially because she really wants to see the strategy of his opponent, studying him, And although Revs cards might be going for a game, still I don't think Colossa will surrender.
Yeah, so Mirror Jade the Ice Blade Dragon, once it is on the field, how does Colossa deal with it?
I can tell you that basically Mirror Jade has been one of the most annoying cards to play against this weekend. Also, for Colossa, the Forbidden Droplet is a huge card to deal with the Mirror Jade, but being that one copy has already been seen from us, it might be very difficult that she's holding another copy, but also if she draws one in this situation, she is really trouble, because basically now Revs cards with 5 cards in hands, and the Rugal, the Desperate Domingo now looking good for him. There's not that much that Colossa can do at the moment. Revcat goes for another Link Summon, and we might soon see the one and only Access Code Talker.
Okay.
We will soon see the effect of Access Code Talker being activated.
And again, if you're Colossa here, what is the response? How does she deal with this Access Code Talker that is now staring her down?
I think that for Colossa, there are very, very, very few answers to this. Especially because now Revkaz is going to try his best to seal this game. And indeed, he goes for the Anaconda. Anaconda will activate his effect, will bring Mirror Jet to the field, activate Mirror Jet effect, get rid of the drone, and attack for game. Indeed, Effusion Summon, the Anaconda, and the Fallen of Albas for the Mirror Jade. Here it comes.
So what was it, would you say, that really cemented this victory for Revs cards in this game? What was the card, what was the play that secured his victory here?
Well, I have to say that he started things off pretty well. On the other hand, Eleonora, I think, made a small maybe misplay with that Forbidden Droplet. She might have been considering activating it on the Keras instead of doing it on the Omen. So she would have prevented her opponent to basically summoning the Omen. But here, just activating the Mirror Jade on the drone.
So the direct attack does in fact connect.
Through. The attack will continue.
And that.
And also this attack goes through.
Okay, yep. That is Revs cards securing match point here. 2-0 up in this best of 5 match.
We have to say that he played his cards very well. It was very unfortunate that Eleonora could not extend even further her combo. Throughout this weekend we have seen, though, that Eleonora doesn't give up, for sure. Even though she is actually under 2-0 against Revs cards. This match is far from over, because our players are actually competing to become our first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel champion. Let's now go into game 3. Let's see who will start things off.
And indeed, we did just mention this is match point for Revs cards. He's looking to secure his victory here. He's looking to really seal the deal, and he's looking to clean sweep this grand final and become the first champion of the Master Duel Invitational.
Revska starts things off once again, and looks like he started things off very well with the Fire Formation tanking, getting the Fractal. He activates the Fractal, then the kit comes to his hand. Keras discards the kit. He will soon summon the Keras as well. We might be seeing what we saw and witnessed in Game 2 and Game 1 with the start and lineup play, even going for the Ancient Warrior ults.
Yeah.
Or maybe it will go for the Appaloosa, which is very, very powerful.
Yeah, that really threatening lineup of monsters in the extra deck for Revs cards going to present an issue for Colossa to deal with.
Yeah.
Talk to me about how Colossa can, in fact, deal with the fact that presumably there is going to be an Appaloosa Both the Goddess on the field. There may be SHUEISHA, the Ominous Omen, on the field.
Yeah. I think for sure one of the most sought after cards for Colossa is the Forbidden Droplet, because with Forbidden Droplet in hand she might be disrupt the Appaloosa that we will soon see from Revs cards. I will be surprised if he doesn't go for the Appaloosa setup as he did in Game 2. I think once again we might be seeing as well the Tri-Brigade Revolt. I will not be surprised, honestly. Revs cards continuing, he discards the Branded Fusion, and from what we saw during his matches, when he gets rid of the Branded Fusion is because his plan is to go for the Anaconda and then bringing Mirrorjet onto the field. And
actually somewhat refreshing about Revs card's strategy here is that despite running the branded components of the deck, it is still primarily a Tri-Brigade deck in terms of the duels that he has won, which is drastically different from what we'd seen earlier in the day from other decks that did utilize that branded engine.
Yeah. I really like basically this Tri-Brigade version, because basically on one hand you get to capitalize on your Tri-Brigade cards by also looking for your Tri-Brigade Revolt and having Omen on the field. But as you said, basically having also this spice addition of the branded cards, of the branded engine, also gives you a huge advantage against your opponent, because Mirrorjet is very annoying to play against. And also, not only because you have 3000 attacks, but for the effect that every single turn can banish one card.
And speaking of a huge advantage, just look at the field right now and look at the Link summons that continue to come down from Revs cards.
And this is the play we were talking about once again. As we saw in Game 2, Revs cards is going for the Appaloosa plus the Ancient Warrior and the Tri-Brigade Revolt. Very, very good start from him. He started things off once again incredibly well. He sets 2 cards. He might also be holding an Infinite Impermanence, for example. Let's see. Now play is back to Colossa. Will she be able to deal with Appaloosa and the Ancient Warrior Oath from Red cards? Absa Goblin is being activated by Colossa. She really needs to find something out of her deck. She goes for the Magician's Soul right away, sends the Master Plan. I think Revs cards will soon activate the Appaloosa to negate the Magician's Soul. He doesn't negate it. I am not surprised, honestly, that he didn't negate it. Eleonora now goes once again for the Magician's Soul's effect, and as in Game 2, she got to see 2 rescues in her hand. Does she have the Forbidden Droplet? She doesn't. Wow, she doesn't.
And this Appaloosa Both the Goddess successfully resolving does mean the Magician's Souls sits there doing not much.
Exactly. This is very unfortunate, because basically she didn't get the chance to see the Forbidden Droplet, and also she started as she did in Game 2. Magician's Soul discarding 2 rescues from a hand to the graveyard, and now that the Appaloosa activated, now she is in trouble, because basically she has to deal with other 2 negations, the Ancient Warrior Oath and also the Tri-Brigade Revolt.
And talk to me about how this Spiral deck does make a comeback here, because Colossa, her tournament is on the line. Grand Finals, you need to win this to stay in the tournament. You need to win this to have a chance of winning the tournament.
Yeah, she needs to go here for the rescue, bringing back the Master Plan. Yeah, here Rep cards activates the Tri-Brigade Revolt.
And then that should lead into the Tri-Brigade SHUEISHA, the Ominous Omen.
Correct. He really wants to get rid of the Master Plan as soon as he can. And without the Master Plan being on the graveyard, Colossa will not be able to special summon it once again with the other rescue that was previously sent with the Magician's Soul's effect. Revs is actually considering what to bring back. He brings back the Kid, Nerval, another Keras, and the Fractal. We will soon see the Omen being summoned once again with the Revolt. Very, very incredible card. Here it is.
Revs cards pretty much dictating the pace of this game now. Some really, really scary Link monsters currently facing down Colossa. How does Colossa come back here? What can Colossa do?
Without the master plan here, it will be very, very difficult, because basically once the master plan will be banished by the effect of the Omen, the rescue in the graveyard will not be having any monster. Now let's see what happens.
We have a Link. Ah,
Ooh.
that could buy you a turn.
Yeah. She's trying actually to survive with the Link Rebo. She sets one. That's very, very unfortunate. Plays back to Revs cards. Now play is back to Revs cards. Let's see if he will find his way to deal with the Link Rebo and push enough damage.
And Tri-Brigade Kit here again, just ready and waiting to start another sequence of Link summons, another combo, and another threat that Colossa is going to have to deal with.
Here comes the Kit. Revs is going to perform another Link summon. Here comes the Call by the Grave, as in Game 2, that will get rid of the Kit.
It's a little late, but
yeah,
still welcome.
Still. He doesn't change much, honestly.
And if you're Revs cards here, how do you secure this victory?
So now here he goes for the Ancient Warrior's Oath. And he will bounce back the Link Rebo. These are 6,900 life points damage, but guess who will soon come? I think here comes the Blossom, but I am pretty sure that Revs wants once again to summon the one and only Access Code Token.
Would be very fitting.
Let's see if he finds the way.
Currently searching his deck.
Yeah, he's thinking about his place. He's taking some time. He's one win away to becoming our first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel champion.
One win away, one turn away potentially. Just, yeah, he has the luxury of time. And also a Predaplant Verte Anaconda. Again, just looking for that branded fusion into Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon.
He gets rid of the Omen though. He's activating the Blossom. Honestly, I'm thinking why he got rid of the Omen. I mean, I would have not.
I think his end field state here is both Access Code Talker and Tri-Brigade Shurag, the Ominous Omen. It's just a question of how he makes his way into them.
Now he goes for another Link Summon, and the Access Code Talker hits the field. Anaconda gets activated, sends the Brand Diffusion. We will soon see a Mirror Jade being summoned on the field. Looks like Eleonora doesn't have nothing to stop Revs cards.
And if these attacks go through, Revs cards will claim the title here at the very first Master Duel Invitational.
And it does. It enters battle phase 1. Last attack for our tournament, and Revs is our champion. What a match.
What a match indeed. What a tournament. What a great showing from Revs Cards. Great performance from Colossa as well. Ed will bring you an interview to tell you a little bit more about that.
The winner of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational is Revs Cards! Congratulations, Rev. Colossa, commiserations. You fought valiantly. It was a hard duel, but you secured second place. Ryan, we're going to come over here and do a conversation just quickly. Congratulations once again for getting second place. That's still pretty good. You had to fight very valiantly in that. We'll chat to both of you guys over here. Come on over, grab yourself microphones. You'll have to pass it between you. So Colossa, we'll quickly talk to you first. Talk to us about what was going through there. It seemed like in a lot of those moments, didn't quite have the cards you needed to start a lot of those combos that we've seen throughout the weekend.
Well, the cards, there were the cards to make the combo, but yeah, too much interruptions. Yeah, he did well. He interrupted me in the right spot, and then I could not do nothing. That's how
Yu-Gi-Oh goes, I suppose. Well, like we said, congratulations on getting second place. Still very impressive in the first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational.
Thank you.
A polite round of applause there from our new champion, which we'll hand over to you, Ryan. This was absolutely brilliant. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Talk to us about that, because Tri-Brigade, quite interesting seeing the kind of things that were coming out there. You seem to have perfect sort of draws and perfect openings for each of those three games. Talk to us about what you were going through.
I'll be honest, my deck carried me. I have no idea what I'm doing against Spiral. I was just, I just had a lot of interruptions. Sleep? No, I don't know what. the one I banished was Shureg. Yeah, I felt like that was a good target to banish. And it seemed to work, so I just kind of repeated that. And, when the coin toss 3 games in a row, you're having a good time.
You're having a good time, and you've had the best time because you are now the first ever official Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational champion. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so
One more
much.
time, we'll make sure our audience give a round of applause to Revs Cards, who's just won the Invitational. Now, guys, don't go anywhere, because very shortly we are going to be doing a very special trophy ceremony for our 3 winners, presented by Mr. Ishida from Konami Digital Entertainment Europe himself. That's going to be very exciting. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 5 minutes.
Duelists of the world. A new era of 4-player card battles is coming on September 6th. Are the other's friend or foe when 4 players cross paths at once? Now get ready, because the battle mode of the future is at hand. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cross Duel. Roland, prepare to open the Cross Duel competition.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Darkwing Blast has tons of new monsters, spells, and traps, and the return of Blackwings. They're back for a whirlwind of destruction with their new Blackwinged Assault Dragon. 100 new cards for decks of all kinds, including Sprites, Tearlaments, Draco Slayers, and Stealthy Ninjas. Darkwing Blast!
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, now available.
Rated T for teen.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Brains World incoming! Let's go, I
Seize the wind, playmaker!
I create my circuit. I set 3 monsters in the Link arrows. Link Summon! Appear! Link 3! Decode Talker!
They're coming too!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Link into the brains!
Campaign underway!
Welcome back, duelists, for the last time to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational. This is the trophy ceremony where we present our top 3 winners, the trophies that they have fought against the other duelists to attain the first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel tournament. This has been very exciting, so without any more ado, please welcome on stage your top 3 winners. Come on up, guys. Rounds of applause for the top 3. So, we're going to be presenting all 3 of you your trophies. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Ishida, Vice President of Konami Digital Entertainment in Europe, who is going to present you guys these trophies. In 3rd place, we have El Guardian Celta, everybody! Congratulations, El Guardian Celta. There is your trophy. Mr. Ishida handing that off. In 2nd place, from Italy, we have Colossa, everybody! Congratulations, Colossa, on getting 2nd place. Wonderful for the 1st and 2nd. Now, before we give away the 1st place trophy, I'd like to welcome our commentators to come over here and stand next to me. Our wonderful duelists to come over here as well. Go behind our wonderful prize winners here. We've had such an amazing time at doing this invitational. Thank you so much to everybody who's taken part in this and everyone who's watched. But it's time for Mr. Ishida to present the one trophy of the Master Duel Invitational to your winner, Revs Cards! Congratulations, Revs Cards. Congratulations to everyone in our top 3. And thank you so much to everybody. Thank you very much to all of our duelists for taking part, our wonderful commentators for commentating in each of those languages that you guys have been watching on your respective streams. Thank you very much to the eSport media team for having us and for hosting and presenting all of this amazing work to you guys. Thank you very much to Konami Digital Entertainment in Europe. And of course, thank you to you guys at home for watching. One more time, give it up for Revs Cards, the winner of the Master Duel Invitational! That is going to be it from us. I've been your host, Ed Templar. Thank you very much, and good night.
Ladies and gentlemen,